Chitterelli and Democrat Mikey Sherrill agree that the top voter concern is the high cost of living in New Jersey. This race will be decided on where they differ. Sherrill blames President Trump. Chitterelli blames 8 years of Democratic state leadership. The Chitterelli campaign tells me they are encouraged by high voter turnout.
Fox's Brian Yanis in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Voting was interrupted in several places earlier due to bomb threats, but all polls have now reopened. In Virginia, they're also voting for governor, among other offices.
Democrat Abigail Spanberger, Republican Winston Earl Sears have been making their closing arguments. Spanberger is largely campaigning against Republicans in Washington, especially DOGE cuts to federal workers in a state with a lot of government employees.
Fox's Rich Edson in Leesburg. Virginia voters were also casting ballots for lieutenant governor and attorney general. A last-minute endorsement from President Trump for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Democrat is running as an independent for mayor of New York City. The president choosing Cuomo over Republican Curtis Sliwa.
He wrote on True Social this about Cuomo and why he was going with him. He said, a vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not.
Fox's Aisha Hasni. The only issue on the ballot in California is Prop 50. If voters approve it, it will allow the state to redraw congressional maps through 2030 that would favor Democrats. America is listening to Fox News.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Coach! The yellow light!
I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Election Day on Seattle Red, 7:70 a.m., streaming live on seattlered.com. We got a lot to get to. It's not just about the election, but Sarah Nelson's going to be here momentarily. She is running for Seattle City Council. She wants to get your vote. She deserves your vote. She'll make her final pitch. But before that, let's set the stage of what's really at stake, locally and around the country. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Legacy Group Capital, Common Sense Lending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
No matter where it is you are in the state of Washington, tonight's election will impact you on so many different levels. It doesn't matter where you're listening right now. You can be in Spokane, you can be in Monroe, you can be in Auburn, you can be in Edgewood. The reality is there are two state races, special elections, state legislative races that will impact whether or not you feel more or less comfortable economically, financially in the state of Washington. Chad Moggindon's in the 5th Legislative District. That is Issaquah, Renton Highlands, Enumclaw. Then you got Michelle Caldier, also running for the state Senate. She's in Legislative District number 25, which is Bremerton, Port Orchard, Gig Harbor. And one win between those two, we want them both to win, but one win means we take away the supermajority from the Democrats in Olympia. And that means they're not going to be able to, they'll pursue, but they won't be able to pass another historic tax hike on Washingtonians. And so if you're thinking to yourself right now, as someone who maybe lives in Marysville or Shoreline, I got local stuff. It's really important. That's about it. No, it's more than that. If you know people in those two other districts, you better be calling and texting. You better be nagging them to go ahead and vote. because especially in Caldier's case, you get a sense it's going to be really, 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 really tight because that district tends to be really, really, really tight. But we should be treating every single election as if we will lose if we don't turn out just 20 extra votes each. It's hard, right? It's hard. You're not going to call 20 people, but I want you to do what you can, where it is you can, to turn out the vote. But also, of course, you pay attention to what's going on in the city of Seattle, because the direction of the city of Seattle generally has an impact on the direction of wherever it is you live. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. And perhaps there's some people, like if I'm living in Bellevue right now, I'm like, man, I hope they go for the progressive in Seattle, because that's good news for us. Businesses will come to Bellevue. Businesses will come to Kent. Businesses will come to Tacoma, perhaps. That's kind of a safe bet, depending on what happens at the state legislative level. Because if you find yourself in a position where, okay, Seattle has gone socialist and Democrats still have total control in Olympia, as a business, you're saying to yourself, I guess I better go to Boise. I better go to Coeur d'Alene. I better go somewhere else. Let's head on over to Florida. So a lot of this actually matters. And the mood on the ground right now, I think it's pretty safe to say, is on the Katie Wilson side. I think it's very safe to say that she's got momentum. Now, they're making their final case, both Bruce Harrell, the incumbent, and Katie Wilson, the challenger. And as they go out and talk to voters or talk to our sister station, they're making it clear where they stand on big, important issues. Katie Wilson, for example, is pushing back against the idea of defunding the police.
Look, it's 2025. No one is talking about defunding the police.
There are some people who are talking about defunding the police, to be clear. And they happen to be from her base. They're rabidly anti-police. But let's continue as she speaks with our sister station, KIRO News Radio.
I think what the people of Seattle want, and certainly what I want, is a police force that is adequately staffed and that is also responsive.
Now, she was a part of the defund movement back in 2020 through 2022. She was on this show not long ago saying she's evolved on policing. I haven't, in fairness, heard any reason to dismiss that position. I don't know fully what evolving on policing means in this context, but I don't look at her and say she's going to day one say it's time to defund the police. I don't get that vibe, because if that's what she believes, she would say it. She's open about her other far left positions. Why would she not be open about that here? So I don't think she's going to defund, but I wouldn't, if I'm a cop, feel super comfortable with the idea of Mayor Katie Wilson, given her background. And that's going to be on her to step up if she becomes mayor to win the trust of police and win the trust of the public. Now, she'll be on this show in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll talk to her about, 5:20-ish, maybe a little bit before then. And she'll make her, final pitch to voters. Bruce Harrell will also be on the show today, about 5:15 or so. And he'll make his final pitch. And what he's been saying today and for the last several days, strategically wise, which is just to point out, he's got the qualifications. Katie Wilson doesn't have a resume to warrant any kind of support to be made.
The fact is we are a big city. We have big city problems. And so I'm uniquely qualified to work with the community-based organizations to reach these kids.
Now, people can very easily say, you might have all the qualifications in the world. Congratulations. But I've lived here for a long time, and things are not progressing the way that we'd like, or at least not as quickly as we like, which is why there are a lot of people who are not all that enthusiastic about Bruce Harrell. The enthusiasm that exists on the ground is for Katie Wilson. There's not a single person out there who said, "Ooh, I cannot wait to vote for Bruce Harrell." Right? I've not heard any of that, period. Now, it's true that the base that is super pumped about Katie Wilson, it's smaller, right, than the average population. Or it's smaller than the population you would look at and say, okay, well, man, this is a clear winner because of all that enthusiasm. No, there could be a huge enthusiasm gap, but the raw number of voters for Katie Wilson, that base, is small. The problem, of course, for Harrell is that turnout is pathetically low. It's lower today than it was at the same point on Election Day 2021 for mayor. And back then it was a low turnout election. And we're trending about 5 points lower at the same time that we've had an increase in eligible voters in the city. So you don't need a huge chunk of votes. You just need a big chunk of those who are voting. You don't need voters to if you're Katie Wilson, what you're hoping is that low turnout changes today, because day of turnout is always far left, always. That's why Bruce Harrell is panicked right now. And he'll tell you that he's not. He'll tell you that he's comfortable. He'll come on the show and he'll say the same thing. No, I'm feeling really confident. There's not a single candidate who comes out and says, no, really, I'm not feeling confident today. This is going to be a tough run. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull it off. So no one's going to tell you that. Katie Wilson will say that she's nervously optimistic, and that's the best position for any politician, I think, to be in who's up for election. And she has reason to be nervously optimistic. It's a little bit different in Mamdani's case, right? He's running in New York, and he clearly has momentum on his side. He does not have everyone in the establishment on his side. Hakeem Jeffries, quote unquote, bent the knee and ended up endorsing him. But oddly enough, Chuck Schumer kind of gives him the cold shoulder. Earlier today in an interview on CNN, when he was asked about his vote, whether or not he supports Mamdani, he said, "I voted and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City." So not quite saying he voted for Mamdani or accepting Mamdani. And that's at least a little bit of Chuck Schumer standing up to the mob. For him, at least, he looks at this and says, well, he's a rabid Jew hater. I probably should not just jump in all in on Mamdani. Someone who, as early as like a few hours ago, went on Morning Joe to point out, no, he's still a rabid anti-Semite, one who supports the BDS movement.
Would BDS be the policy of your administration as
boycott, divest, sanction?
Mayor?
I've said that I would support and have supported nonviolent movements to bring about compliance with international law. And where this mayor has violated and looked to violate that kind of law, I would bring us back into compliance.
So yes.
No, I'm talking about compliance. Okay. Right? And I've said that I support BDS because this is a movement that is looking for that kind of compliance. We haven't seen
it's a movement that singularly vilifies Israel as responsible for everything that's going wrong in the Middle East and does not hold responsible anyone other than the Jews, which is why it is an anti-Semitic position. But he says, even though I'm a rabid Jew hater, I will still represent the Jews. They won't like it, but I will represent them.
I will look to be their mayor as well. I will look to be the mayor for every Jewish New Yorker, every New Yorker, no matter how they vote, who they vote for, or if they vote, because I'm looking to lead a city of 8.5 million people. And I think it's time that we have a politics that puts the people first, as opposed to a politics that put the self. And it is a responsibility we have in leading the city to ensure it's one that doesn't just root out anti-Semitism, but also celebrates and cherishes Jewish New Yorkers and their place in this city and in the history of the city. It would be an honor.
Oh, I'm so grateful for him to say that, because before I didn't think he cherished the Jewish people, but now I'm feeling really good. If he didn't say that, I'm glad you picked that clip out, Jackson. Had he not said that, I would say, wow, the city with the largest Jewish population in the country should probably go to bed tonight a little bit more, a little less comfortable than they did yesterday.
Well, I know you had some fears. I wanted to quell those fears.
No, I always like it when the anti-Semites say, I don't hate Jews, I just blame them for everything. Speaking on that topic, we're going to talk next hour with the Sam Markstein. He's with the Republican Jewish Coalition. He's their political director. He'll be talking a little bit more about this, but the reality is Mamdani's going to win, and I'm more worried about some of the locals like my next guest, and that's what's trending.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
Got to get those ballots into a drop box or an elections office by 8 p.m. There is a lot on the line. My next guest knows that. Sarah Nelson is the current Seattle City Council president. She's up for re-election. She's trying to stave off a very far left opponent, and she joins me now. Welcome back to the show. How are you feeling today?
You know, I am just going full steam, and I don't know what to feel or how I feel.
Okay, fair enough. I imagine it's a little just crazy right now in the final hours of this election day.
It is, yeah, and I always feel like candidates are so in the middle of it, they don't know reality anyway.
Yeah, there you go. So what is on the line for this election?
The future of Seattle is on the line in this election, because we have made progress since 2022, the beginning when I took office, and we cannot go backwards. Now, people might feel, as I do, that it would be great to have made more progress, but we are going in the right direction. And like I said, we don't turn back. We build on the progress we've made, and we keep on going.
There are obviously folks who have not yet turned in a ballot, looking at the numbers from at least King County at just 19.5% voter turnout. That's lower than where we were at this time in 2021 for the last mayoral election. What do you think is behind the low turnout?
You know, I don't know, but I was talking to those people that didn't vote yet just this morning. I was in Rainier Valley going door to door, and a lot of people maybe weren't even really thinking about it that much because folks are really focused on the national level of politics. But when I tell them that this one is extremely important, because you know what? Local government is where the rubber meets the road. It impacts you every single day. And so it's just a question of convincing people that it is absolutely necessary and worth it to cast your ballot and have your voice heard.
What are the concerns that voters or residents are sharing with you?
It's public safety, homelessness, affordability, public safety.
Yeah.
You know, and people do acknowledge that they're noticing that, or they hear on the news that it's great that we have been hiring more officers. So that is noted. However, that was the top concern 4 years ago, and it's still the top concern now. But for our efforts, we have been staffing up SPD, and we got to just keep working at it. And when it comes to homelessness, people do note that parks and sidewalks seem to be more accessible, but everybody knows that this is still a big problem. But they appreciate that I'm focusing on expanding drug treatment.
Yeah, and that's an important piece of all of this. So in the final 30 seconds, I will give you the opportunity for your closing remarks of your campaign. As I said when you were in studio last week, I voted for you. I'm a supporter of yours. I wish you were a conservative, but you're not. But beggars can't be choosers, and you are the most sane person on the council as it stands. So I'll give you 30 seconds.
Well, I'll simply say, first of all, vote. Everybody out there, there is still time, and you need to put in the effort because Seattle's future is on the line. Now, I am running to build on the progress that we have made, and we can't go backwards. My opponent would take us there, old school, sort of like the previous council. We have got to keep on going in the same direction and get involved, get engaged, get your ballot in.
Get your ballot in. Make sure you're voting for Sarah Nelson. If you know anyone in the Seattle area, make sure that you contact them to get their ballot in. They have until 8 p.m. Don't put it in a mailbox. Put it in a drop box or go to the elections office. That's your only option as of right now to ensure that your vote actually is counted. Get your ballots in by 8. Sarah Nelson, best of luck tonight. And I hope to have you on the council as my representative for the years to come.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Absolutely.
All right.
Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Legal.
There is officially a lawsuit in Thurston County Superior Court challenging House Bill 1296. This essentially took away parental rights. And the lawsuit is pretty clear that this violates both the Washington State Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. It's brought by the Citizen Action Defense Fund. And we are pleased to welcome to the show Paige McElrath from the Citizen Action Defense Fund. Paige, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Take us through, if you could, just the basic legal arguments.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of your listeners are probably familiar with Initiative 2081, which passed in 2024. It was a voter-backed initiative that received nearly 500,000 signatures from Washingtonians, and it effectively restored parental protections in Washington state. It gave parents a right to access information about their kids, and stay informed of what's going on with their children in public schools. Unfortunately, this past legislative session, they passed HB 1296, which effectively undermines and undoes the effect of Initiative 2081.
Which was the intent.
So,
they clearly knew what it was they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty direct contradiction to I-2081 for sure. Yeah.
And none of this, what parents and what reasonable people were asking for initially, none of it is controversial. It becomes controversial when the radical left want to redefine what it is we're talking about, but notification about medical care, for example, when your kid is getting resources for medical care, yeah, a parent absolutely has the right to know.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, that's a guaranteed legal right as well. So the interesting part too, a lot of our plaintiffs are school board members as well as parents. So school board members are in a difficult position now because they're being told to ignore federal law in order to uphold this state law while also violating the state constitution. It's just an awful position to be in for parents and school board members.
What is the timeline on a case like this? Because as you know, you're talking to parents, but also students and school board members. They rightly view this as an urgent crisis.
It is an urgent crisis, for sure. I mean, especially if you consider the fact that 1296 now gives schools a 48-hour delay to notify parents of any abuse about the child. So this is a crisis. Unfortunately, as you know, the court system does move slowly. So we anticipate we likely won't have a hearing until about, give or take, probably about 4 months since we filed it.
In the interim, what can and is being done?
So there will be briefing back and forth with the other side. They will file a reply. We will file a response. And in terms of what the public can do, we're just looking to sort of spread the message about this. This is not an ideological conversation. This is not about trans rights. If the state would like to pass, laws to protect trans kids, they are welcome to do that, but they need to do it in a legal and constitutional way. And parents have a right to access information about their kids. So continuing to spread the word about this, make people aware, the more educated people are about it, the more likely it is that we're going to see some substantive change.
Well, and isn't that the biggest problem in all of this, in that, or I guess even frustrations? You and I know that this is not at its core a political issue, but it gets treated as a political issue by the left. I mean, the reason why they challenged this, they were making this about the politics of gender. And while there's undoubtedly, there's no doubt truth to gender extremism playing a role in why parents are so interested in this topic. But again, most people don't view these issues as inherently political.
Yeah, I think the best way, if you're a supporter of HB 1296, the best way to get people to back your line of thinking on it is to change the conversation, right? Make it about a hot button topic. Make it controversial. That's going to be distracting people with a shiny new thing. Unfortunately, I think that they're underestimating the intellectual ability of Washingtonians and voters to look at this and see what the core issue is. Like I said, you're welcome to pass a law. The state is welcome to pass a law to do that. But to undermine the rights of parents and tell them that the state that the state deserves a role, I guess, in deciding what information parents can access about their kids is crazy. They say that it's about protecting kids. It's not actually protecting kids. If you are now telling parents that they have 48 hours to learn about any abuse that's happening to their kids, meanwhile, you're legally required to notify CPS and the police if abuse is occurring, but parents have to wait 2 whole days, that's 2 additional days of abuse against a child. Exactly. This isn't about protecting kids.
It's disgusting. And to your point, the more people realize what's going on and the real world consequences, the more they side with us. And one of the worst things for the left on this is that people actually find out the truth. And when you run initiatives, when you file lawsuits, more people realize what's going on and they end up losing the argument on the left. We've been talking with Paige McElrath from the Citizen Action Defense Fund. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason.
You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. If you want to learn more about this lawsuit, by the way, we've got a story up right now over at seattlered.com. Don't forget, Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and they've been averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years. Contact them to find out why over 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million with Legacy Group Capital. Online at legacyg.com. Back with more on The Jason Rantz Show after this.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for the Harold Carr Law Offices. The reality is people get into car accidents, and right about now, this time of year, you tend to worry a little bit more, right? People, they got a little bit different sleep. They got an extra hour, but the reality is whenever you change time like that, it does mess with people's minds. It's getting dark really early. It's getting wet outside. And bam, all of a sudden you get yourself involved in a fender bender, you get injured, and you don't have to do this alone. In fact, the best thing to do is to call Carr Law immediately. They're going to save you time and money. They give you a checklist of what is most important right now. Of course, health and recovery is at the very top. But then they deal with the insurance company so you don't have to. In fact, that's the last thing you want to be doing on your own. CarLaw.com is the website. C-A-R-R. There are 2 R's in car. If you, a friend, a family member, anyone you know gets injured in a car accident, that first call should go to Harold Carr Law Offices. It's going to save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. CarLaw.com. C-A-R-R. CarLaw.com.
Hey, get in.
What?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out.
She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. You know, I know we're in the middle of an election cycle, and I don't want to turn this into too much of a political issue, but why do liberals hate owls? Like, if they hated elephants, I would get that. Why do they hate barred owls? There's something wrong. And yet they're trying to murder, not kill. No, on this show, animals are humanized. They want to kill, murder 453,000 barred owls in Washington, Oregon, and California. And it's Republicans who are getting in the way, or at least trying, courtesy of Senator John Kennedy, the Republican from Louisiana, and of all the people who you would expect to step up and try to help save the owls. I don't know why John Kennedy does, in fact, come to mind. He's got to have some folksy story about when he was younger and he had a best friend, an owl he named Harold or something. You know what I mean? Doesn't that seem like it would come from him?
Backwoods Louisiana.
Yeah, right. Fish and Wildlife Service is reigniting the controversy with a revived plan to kill almost 500,000 barred owls. Critics are obviously calling it misguided, expensive. It's ethically, indefensible. So Kennedy introduced a resolution to block the barred owl management strategy, which would authorize the extermination of 453,000 of the owls. The Senate at this point has declined to advance the resolution. However, Kennedy is not going to give up. He and some others are essentially arguing that this is a textbook example of federal overreach and ecological micromanagement. If passed, this resolution would declare the rule would have no force or effect. But again, it's been rejected so far. Why are they doing this? The Biden administration put together this strategy to, quote, address the threat of the non-native and invasive barred owl to native northern and California spotted owls. They're basically saying it's owl-on-owl violence, and they want to protect the spotted owls, and the only way to do that is to kill the barred owl. They are expanding its historic range. They basically say, like, it's supposed to be in this area, but it's moving about, and it's causing all of these issues. The spotted owl, is going to be extinct if we keep allowing this to happen. So we're sending people out, not just agencies, but I think under the plan, just an average person could go ahead and say, look, that's a barred owl, and then just, and then shoot it out of the sky. It's just flying around, being all annoying like that. And then you shoot it, including the babies, the little baby owls, which I think are called chicks, but I don't remember. And if that's the case, we should get rid of that language because that's offensive. It's 2025, man. Come on. They say the barred owl, and we looked this up, like 4 months ago? Did we talk about barred owls? Like, what makes a
rings
barred
a bell,
owl?
yeah.
They're more aggressive and they're larger. But depending on how far up it is, it feels like I don't want non-trained people to just be shooting owls out of the sky. It feels like if you told me, not that I would ever kill a bird, I'll eat one that's already been pre-killed, but I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a barred owl and a spotted owl. They're just owls to me. I don't see bird species. I don't see race. I don't see any of that stuff. It's just an owl to me. And I know it's considerably bigger, but it's, again, how far away is the owl that I'm spotting? Am I sniper rifling it out, or is it close enough with my handgun? I don't have a sniper rifle.
Or what about a shotgun? Like good spread,
Wouldn't you be scared to just do that? Like you live in Issaquah. I grant you probably have a little bit more opportunities of some green space to shoot into. But I live in Seattle.
Yeah.
I'll be shooting a lot more than just that owl if I just fire.
Yeah, you don't have to
redo
redo your drywall too.
It's too, well, it's not gonna, I'm not doing it in my house. What do you think? I'm going to spot an owl in my apartment?
Maybe, I don't know.
Do you know how high up I am? I don't think owls go that high, do
Do
they?
your windows even open?
I have a balcony.
Okay, there you go.
I don't open it because I'm scared that D'Artagnan will jump.
Oh, that makes sense.
Terrifies me. Biggest fear I have is just like him. But so far, he's smart enough not even to try to go outside.
Well, you got a dog?
I got a dog. Oh my God! I totally forgot to tell you. Last April, not this April. Last
Or
year.
is it a dog? I'm just surmising.
Well, D'Artagnan doesn't sound like a cat's name.
Yeah.
No, I got a dog. He doesn't even think about going outside. And he loves going out for walks, but he will not go on that balcony. To save the spotted owl, the agency proposed a large-scale annihilation of the barred owl. It sounds like there's not Adolf Hitler out there. Jeez. They plan to authorize tribes, federal and state agencies, companies, or landowners to carry out the killings under its Migratory Bird Treaty Act permit while strictly prohibiting public hunting. Well, what's the difference? Now, I would rather you eat the bird after you kill it, right?
Yeah, at least it doesn't go to waste.
Exactly.
You know?
That's a
It's
very
not just-
Native American
It's not
way
just
to
mindless
look at
killing,
it. Yeah.
you know.
We're farm to tail or farm to nose. No, nose to farm. No, what is it? Nose to tail. There we go. Oh, it's going to be a long night. Did I tell you I'm doing CNN coverage later tonight?
Yeah.
Like 3 hours of election night coverage?
They know you're conservative, right?
I don't know. I hope so. I didn't get any. That might explain all the emails that said, we can't wait for you to root on Mamdani. No.
Is Scott Jennings going to be there?
I don't know. I doubt it. I think I'm going on after the A-listers.
Oh.
I think they're just testing me out to see how I do to make sure I don't embarrass them, which I make no promises. I'm not going to intentionally embarrass anyone, but they're the ones who booked me instead of Fox. I did Fox this morning. What do you want? And it's going to be up. I'm doing not only night, but overnight. What time do I go to bed?
9:30.
Yeah.
At the latest.
That's late for me, 9:30. Although last Friday I stayed up till 10. I was
Wow.
a rebel, I know. But I usually go to bed at 9:30, and I'm going to be on TV tonight until 2 a.m. What's the chances I just get delirious and pass out?
50-50.
I think it's 70-30.
Well, yeah, especially you've metabolized caffeine so quickly, that's not even really going to help.
Caffeine won't do anything. So you know what I
Yeah.
got? I got my little nicotine patches.
Oh, okay.
The pouches, not patches. And that'll give me a nice little, at least, brain boost. I took some extra creatine today. I'm going to take 10 more grams later tonight because that goes to the brain. Once you get to 20 grams, it passes the blood-brain barrier. 5% of the creatine is stored in your brain, so you got to up it because normally the normal dose is like 5 grams. So I'm going to get to 20. That's what is recommended. And I can't wait.
Wow.
You didn't even sound like you were trying on that one. Were you mad at me because I'm going on CNN? What do you care?
No, I don't know. I feel bad for you, actually.
What a jerk. So Virginia, the polls close in 22 minutes. We're not going to see a ton of surprises there. That's the reality. And I wish that were not the case, but we're not going to see a ton of surprises. It's possible that the only Republican victory is the incumbent who's running for the attorney general position or running to be reelected. He's running up against Jay Jones, who he sent some text messages celebrating the murder of children and women, and he probably shouldn't have done that, and then completely mishandled the entire issue afterwards. Because all you have to do is come out and say, we all say things we regret in text message form. It's more an inside joke. I have a sick, twisted sense of humor that likes to see children murdered. I own that. But who amongst us? And then everyone would just slowly raise their hand and be like, well, I haven't sent a text like that. And I say horrible things in text messages. Have I ever said anything about killing children?
No.
I don't even
No.
like children. So that would be an easy joke.
Yeah.
And he was clearly joking, right? I'm not going to pretend that what Jay Jones said was, he had murderous intent. He obviously didn't. But you shouldn't have sent it, and it got put out there, and he initially didn't walk it back until he was forced to walk it back. So I don't know. If he wins tonight over Miyares.
Jason Miyares, yeah.
If he wins tonight, it's because of the strength of Spanberger, who is the Democrat running for governor against Winsome Sears, or as they now say, Winsome Earl Sears. And, it's a blue state. They're going to go with the Democrat, and the reason why they vote is maybe for governor. And they're like, I guess I'll just vote for the attorney general. I saw some of the exit polling suggesting that people, at least a good percentage of folks, it was almost to the tune of 20%, say they haven't heard enough about this story to make a judgment call on whether or not Jay Jones was wrong to send those texts. I saw, for him, I think it was like 45% or 35% said something along the lines of, this is disqualifying, but it's not 50%. And I think a lot of people, even if you find something to be disqualifying, depending on your ideological perspective, you still might be willing to hold your nose and vote for something or someone, even if they kind of turn you off. Virginia, a little bit different in their sensibilities. They generally don't look kindly to these kinds of scandals, but
he also kicked a puppy today. Did you see that?
No, he didn't. You know what? I was so annoyed. So I saw a video out there that was titled, Jay Jones tried to kick a puppy. And I was so upset. I clicked on it and I watched it. No, he didn't.
Yeah, it was oversold.
I mean, who is responsible for that? Do we know?
I saw it circulating.
Yeah, I saw it circulating. Oh, we kicked a puppy or tried to kick a puppy. So the puppy, an adorable puppy, was kind of like licking at his shoe or something, doing what puppies do. And then as it was leaving, he motions, I guess you can call it a kick-like motion, but almost like to scoot it along, and then he goes down to pet it. He clearly wasn't trying to kick the puppy. Those are the kinds of things that I really don't like, because it's not even subject to your interpretation. That's a bad faith attack, and it makes it seem like we're on the side of weakness and desperation, that we have to put stuff like that out there. And come on. Don't make me defend this guy. I don't like him.
Yeah.
Don't make me defend it. He did not kick a puppy. If he actually kicked a puppy, that would be the end of his career. Like, the people who voted would go back and say, I want my ballot back. I'm sick and tired. We're going to recall him tomorrow if he wins. He did not kick a puppy. The puppy wasn't upset either, by the way. And I will say, Mitt Romney did worse to a dog than, or what's her name? Christy, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
As I say, no, she got a little aggressive with her pet. Well, she killed him.
It's dead.
He died. So let's dial this stuff back just a little bit. But it is funny.
Especially since yesterday we were joking about, like, people, like politicians kicking. I don't remember how it came up, but politicians kicking puppies.
It was a pug with a missing leg and a missing eye. I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
No, it was Spanberger. Doesn't she seem like the kind of person who kicks dogs?
Yeah, that's what it was.
And ironically, no, it turns out it's Jay Jones. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. 1-800-465-8770. The average used vehicle financing rate is 11.87%. So the Sunset Auto family said, yeah, no, we're not doing that. They're offering less than half the average rate with no payments for 90 days on all qualifying vehicles 2015 and newer, because you just get more at Sunset, and people do like that. SunsetAutoFamily.com. When we come back, how soon before the rent increases start to reverse in this area? We've got some data that might surprise you. We'll get into that and so much more when we return on The Jason Rantz Show.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. The stock market is on fire, in large part because right now, at least, AI stocks are breaking records. Smart investors are cashing in. But $8 trillion in cash is just sitting on the sidelines. $8 trillion doing absolutely nothing because investors like you're either scared, uncertain, or maybe you just don't know where to put it. But that's where Legacy Group Capital comes in. Legacy Group Capital builds local real estate, lends money, and actually shares profits with their investors. They've been earning consistent double-digit returns with zero investor losses for the last 19 years. They've been doing it right here in Washington. They're based in Bellevue. If you want to diversify your portfolio with something real, check out Legacy Group Capital's family of funds online at legacyg.com. They've got a 3-year investment with double-digit returns. They've got a short 90-day commitment earning 7%. They've got you covered across the gamut. And yes, they accept IRAs. It's why over 1,300 local investors have put over $350 million into Legacy Group Capital. 425-635-4700. 425-635-4700 or visit them online at legacyg.com. This isn't investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-292-0975. 800-292-0975. Again, that's 800-292-0975.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. 1-800-465-8770 for all your text messages. 425 said, Jason got a dog? I thought I heard rumors about that last year, but I assumed it was fake news. No, every once in a while, there's real legitimate news that cuts through all the fake stuff. And it is true. I got a dog. His name is D'Artagnan. He's almost 3 years old now, and he's a Malinois mix. He's also, as it turns out, though despite being from Mexico, MAGA. He's America first all the way.
Well, Hispanics really shifted towards the GOP camp.
He started to shift because of Donald Trump. So there's a story from Cairo 7 TV about the rent increases that we're seeing, particularly in Seattle, but it's not just about Seattle. It's the Seattle metro area, so this is true in Everett. It's true in Renton. It's true in Tacoma, where rent has gone up pretty steadily. And it's led to a lot of folks like Emma Davis, the CEO of Point 3 Real Estate and the Seattle Rental Group, to say we need to do more to get middle housing. She spoke with Cairo 7 TV.
There's just not that many options. Medium-sized apartment buildings, some townhouses and things like that mixed in would definitely increase the inventory. With the single-family properties that we see, those ones have been sitting. What we've seen in the apartments is they're just now starting to do more concessions.
Which means the time is coming shortly that you're going to start to see rents go down. She said she started to see a change in the rental market overall in September and October. And this was at a time where, when you talk to some of the people on the ground, they in this Cairo piece, they talk to a renter like, yeah, actually, I did start to see some of those changes. I ended up going in, I think she said Renton, because I found a really good deal there. But it took a while before I found something that I liked. Anyone who's wondering whether or not rent relief is coming or when it's going to come, it's going to come soon. It has nothing to do, though, with politics. It will have more to do, almost entirely to do, with all the layoffs in the Seattle area. That's when you're going to start to see rents go down. Rents go up. Why? What are the main economic reasons? The most basic, supply and demand, right?
Yeah.
But beyond that, pushing that aside, what determines the rent of an apartment in Seattle or anywhere else? What's the determining factor?
The socioeconomics of the region.
Yeah, what people are willing to pay, essentially, right? What can they actually afford? So you've got the supply and demand that plays a huge role, but then once that's in play, you still have to price it based on that. And demand is, I demand to have a one-bedroom apartment. I happen to work at Amazon or Microsoft or wherever, and I make a ton of money. Landlords know that. And so they say the demand, with limited supply, the demand is what it is in a market where the median income is whatever the median income is. And the closer you are to a place like Amazon headquarters in Seattle, the higher the rent will be. You can get away with it because you know that, hey, that engineer who's working on gaming for Amazon is going to be pulling in at a minimum $200,000, so I can charge $4,000 for rent, whatever it happens to be. But now they also are aware that, well, guess what? People are losing their jobs in really significant numbers, not just at Amazon and not just at Microsoft, but tech is taking a hit. And these are not, the Amazon warehouse workers who are getting laid off. These are people who are making really good money. These are corporate jobs at Starbucks that are, getting cut. Those are meaningful salaries. And a lot of the folks, especially in tech, a lot of the folks who live in specifically downtown core of Seattle, South Lake Union, into even Capitol Hill, these are mostly renters, the tech workers that we're talking about. These are renters. And they're not going to feel all that comfortable spending money to the tune of, $4,000 or $3,500, $4,500 a month on a tiny apartment if they just lost their job. That's just the reality. And if let's say your lease is up towards the end of this year and you're not going to look to purchase, you're going to look to rent again, you're probably in a pretty decent spot if it's kind of a sad way to look at it, right? It's other people's misery is to your benefit. You're going to get better deals come the end of the year or into the new year. Now, that could change right immediately because if it turns out all these people who are laid off are able to easily find another high-paying job in the region, well, nothing's going to happen. But we just don't think that that's going to be the case. We also expect to see more inventory on the housing market, again, directly tied to folks who, now that they don't work at Amazon or Microsoft or Starbucks, they might be looking to downgrade. They might be looking to sell at a time where the mortgage rates are coming down. So there might be an inclination for some to purchase a home now. The number of first-time home buyers is at a record low right now nationwide. And it's not necessarily because people don't want to purchase their homes. It's simply because they don't want to pay really high mortgage rates. And some of us are willing to spend, because I'm kind of looking for a house or a condo town or something. I'm willing to spend a little bit more money on the actual home, but not if it's going towards high mortgage rates. Like if I'm going to spend, let's just say, an extra $50,000 on a home over 30 years, I don't want that going to a mortgage rate. That's an interest rate. That's insane. I'd rather it go to the actual property. So as that number starts to come down, as people start to put their homes on the market, as people start to downgrade their apartments, I think generally you're going to see a pretty significant decrease in cost. The problem, of course, is you still can't completely separate out all the politics. And at the state level, they're making these changes. You just saw the rent cap that was passed. That's going to blow up in everyone's face. And had they not done that, you would just have the market figuring all of this out, and the market figures itself out rather quickly. When the market doesn't figure out necessary prices or the correct stuff, it's because politics got involved. Here's a landlord speaking to Cairo 7.
I don't think we're at our highest. The next day, every landlord I worked with called me and said, I want an auto increase to the max. Eviction used to take end-to-end 3 months. It now takes between 6 to 9 and sometimes even a year. We don't increase rent because we want to. We increase rent because we're a business and we have to.
Yeah, and this is the perfect. They should make her a spokesperson. They should make her a spokesperson. Because, you keep hearing from folks who want to put in rent control and all these things, screaming about developers and landlords. They treat them as if they're all these, massive landlords who've got huge multi-billion-dollar properties all across the state.
Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, this is the average landlord. A small business owner who has a small multifamily property, a duplex, a small condo. These are the people who we're talking about. And they're the ones who really don't want to raise rents unless they have to. They do it because they need to be able to pay their own mortgage. And if they don't, they're going to go out of business really quickly. But you know what they don't want to have to do is constantly look for people to fill their empty apartment complexes or condos. So they want to keep it reasonable. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. Also, keeping it reasonable.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS, you're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
With great reviews and friendly, smiling faces, General Transmission can repair your transmission for far less than a replacement. Need a second opinion? Trust General Transmission. Family owned and operated since 1988, GeneralTransmission.com.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a Good2Go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A Good2Go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at Good2Go167.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
This is the Fox News Alert awaiting results. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 7 o'clock in the East, and polls have just closed in Virginia. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call the key races in the Commonwealth. In the election for governor, Democrat Abigail Spanberger has a slim lead. In the Attorney General's race, her fellow Democratic candidate Jay Jones is not doing as well. That race is even tighter. Fox's Rich Edson is following the governor's race.
The candidates for governor, Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, and Republican Winsome Earl Sears, wrapped their closing arguments with Spanberger campaigning against Republicans in Washington and Earl Sears painting Spanberger as extreme.
Polls in New York City, where people are voting for mayor, open for about another 2 hours. The city could elect its first Democratic socialist in Zoran Mamdani.
34-year-old is promising to make New York City more affordable, which is the top issue for people. Free buses, freezing the rent. But former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is running as an independent, says the Democratic socialist is making empty promises. Republican candidate Curtis Lee, while promising to put public safety first if he's elected.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in Brooklyn. The Associated Press is reporting nearly 1.5 million people had voted in the mayoral election, according to the city's Board of Elections, with turnout already surpassing the total votes cast in any New York City mayoral election in the past 20 years. President Trump may not be on the ballot, but he could influence the governor's race in New Jersey. The president campaigned for Jack Ciattarelli, holding a teleconference last night.
In tonight's governor's race, Republican Jack Ciattarelli says he's confident about voter turnout today, while Democrat Mikey Sherrill's optimistic about the Democrats' early vote advantage.
Fox's Brian Yennis in New Jersey. A UPS plane with 3 people on board has crashed on takeoff from the airport in Louisville, Kentucky, igniting a huge fire on the ground. UPS says it's not confirmed any casualties or injuries. America is listening to Fox News.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Coach! The yellow light! Dude, I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red 770 AM, streaming live on the Seattle Red app, seattlered.com, on this election night. Polls just closed in Virginia. We're a couple hours away from polls closing in New York. All eyes, of course, are also here in Washington State. And as we get new data dumps, we will go through all of that. But first, Democrats knew they were funding healthcare for illegal immigrants, and yet they still lied about it. That's What's Trending, brought to you by the Sunset Auto family.
What's trending? Let's get political.
When Democrats swore to all of us that taxpayer money wasn't actually going to healthcare coverage for illegal immigrants, they were lying. They weren't mistaken. They were simply lying to us. And now we've got even more proof, courtesy of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who revealed an audit was done that showed over $1 billion in federal tax funds were improperly spent on Medicaid coverage for illegal immigrants in a bunch of different states. including, right here in Washington, where we spent $2.37 million tax dollars on Medicaid coverage for illegal immigrants. But they'll say, Jason, that's illegal. You can't do that. And some have said, well, look, the states, they deny this. Well, first of all, some of the states are already paying some of the money back, so that generally is an indication that they know they did something wrong. But the reality is there are certain states, Washington is among them, that provides Medicaid insurance coverage treatment for illegal immigrants. But they'll say, we just don't use federal dollars for that. We use state dollars for it. But as I think most people understand, frankly, in any industry, not just healthcare, but especially when we're dealing with this level of funding, it's all fungible. Giving money, let's say you give it to a pot that's only supposed to go for Medicare coverage for Washington citizens. Well, the Democrats will say, okay, we're just going to start spending on illegal immigrants. We'll pull it from this pot over there, and then to make up for it, we'll pull some more from Medicaid, but there, and then we'll move it here. Like, it's all fungible. This happens all the time. But here's Dr. Mehmet Oz.
A major reason given by the Democratic Party for the government shutdown is the passionate desire to get rid of the One Big Beautiful Bill that was just signed into law. But that law allows us to ensure that illegal immigrants are not having their health care paid for by the federal government. Turns out, despite allegations that that's not true, it is 100% a truthful statement to say that we're spending money from Washington to care for illegal immigrants around the country. How do I know that? We started investigating the first few states that we thought would be most likely to have done this. And it turns out just in the last few months, it's already $1 billion plus of money that's been spent in states that think that they should provide health care to illegal immigrants. What that means is that if you're a taxpayer in Texas or Florida, your tax dollars could have been used to fund the care of illegal immigrants in California. That's not the law anymore. So we have stopped it. We are clawing back that money. We've already gotten hundreds of millions of dollars back, which again, it proves that these states realized that they were guilty because they wouldn't give us the money back otherwise. So that bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, is absolutely essential to keep the financial integrity of the system in place, to make sure our vulnerable are protected. It cannot be repealed, and that's why the shutdown needs to end.
All of this, of course, makes sense. Remember, we did a story back in June. I went back and I double-checked our notes. And it was one of those kind of small stories, even though we talked about it, it didn't get a whole lot of coverage, that Medicaid data from Washington State, data from Apple Health, was provided to federal immigration authorities. The Associated Press did that big report, and it wasn't just Washington, but it was California, Illinois, and D.C. had shared the data. And we said this at the time. Why would they share this kind of information with the federal immigration law enforcement? Why would federal law enforcement on the immigration side of things, why would they even want this information? It's because they know they can get information on illegal immigrants getting the Medicaid coverage in Washington State. They've got that documentation. That's why. And so when they said from the beginning, oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. We do not spend any Medicaid funds, federal funds on illegal immigrants. We knew that was not true. We knew that it wasn't true. And again, so after Mehmet Oz posted this video on X, there were some like PolitiFact did their quote unquote fact check. And their fact check was to reach out to the states to just say, oh, no, we didn't do it. We didn't do it. He's wrong. How is he wrong? He just is. The numbers don't add up. But again, why are they returning money? They say they're clawing back at the Trump administration. They're bringing some of the money, hundreds of millions of dollars. Why would they do that? They're just feeling generous? Obviously, the money was not properly spent. Now, to the degree, I have no idea. They did their preliminary audit, and maybe some of the preliminary numbers were wrong. I guess that's reasonable to assume or fair to assume. But doesn't really matter because we know that Medicaid is a partnership between the federal government and states, right, on health insurance coverage or health coverage. That's Medicaid. It is a system that is funded in large part by federal dollars. So this idea that you're using the system that was created by the federal government, but you're now paying, at least in part, at least for the healthcare insurance for illegal immigrants, you're paying with state funds. You're still using the federal government to provide coverage, taxpayer-funded coverage to illegal immigrants. And we find that objectionable. Why? Because they're in this country illegally. And we are struggling to keep these systems solvent and affordable for American citizens. And at the same time that you are now making that situation even worse to the detriment of the American people, you're also incentivizing people to come into this country illegally. Or at least you did for 4 years under the Biden administration that basically had open borders. And so the best thing that they can do right now is come out and say, we're not incentivizing anyone to come here illegally because we're actually enforcing the law at the border. But we are making it a little bit easier for people to stay here illegally, which is still just as big of an objection. And again, they knew about this and they lied anyway, and media outlets amplified the lies, didn't question, including some of the outlets that covered this Medicaid data sharing story. No one stopped and said, this might indicate that they are giving illegal immigrants the coverage they say they're not. We're amplifying that mess. That's so maybe we ought to do our jobs. Just saying. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Culture wars.
So the federal government is saying to Washington State, hey, y'all know you can't really force foster parents to accept a kid's gender identity, right? You know you can't do that. And now the Ferguson administration is trying to push back after the Trump-appointed federal official, according to the Times, demanded the state's child welfare agency stop requiring prospective foster and adoptive parents to commit to affirming a hypothetical child's gender identity. In the state of Washington, under Democrat rule, despite the fact that we have a problem of too many foster care kids and not enough foster care parents, we're telling prospective foster care parents that if you want to even be considered, you have to accept a gender ID. You have to just affirm it. So if your 7-year-old is convinced by their art teacher in elementary school or middle school or whatever that they're not really a boy, but they're a girl, you have to immediately affirm it. Otherwise, we're going to take that kid away and you're not even going to be considered to have the kid in the first place. And so the newly appointed Assistant Secretary for the U.S. Administration for Children and Families, Alex Adams, wrote to the Department of Children, Youth, and Family Services, DCYF, that policies under gender identity are inconsistent with the federal agency's interpretation of the First Amendment. Now, the Times says, but it doesn't say how. Well, here's how. You're forcing them to take on a political position around gender identity. That's how. The Times couldn't figure that out, so I explained it for them. They say, as you know, my responsibilities included monitoring the use of relevant federal funds and ensuring compliance with federal law. Now, Ferguson responded by calling the claims misleading and inflammatory. He was very passionate there. And so they're working on a response with their legal counsel. Washington state law, the Times says, requires caregivers to provide children and youth a, quote, supportive and affirming environment, including using a child's pronouns and chosen name. DCYF policy also requires prospective foster parents to care for their children in a way that, quote, respects their sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression by providing health care and clothing that aligns with the youth's gender identity. So God forbid these foster care parents who presumably got into the system because they care about children and want to help, God forbid they actually be allowed to parent these people, these kids who are being taken advantage of by adults in their lives, confusing them about their gender, and just say, hey, hold off there. But before we go ahead and fully affirm your status as a non-binary, gender-fluid, queer, why don't we have a conversation? Can't even do that, according to the state of Washington. You can't even stop and have a good faith conversation about a kid that you care about. That seems alarming and illegal. And so I'm grateful that the Trump administration is actually stepping up and doing something, stepping up and saying something. This is important. This is absolutely important. And for the state to take this position to begin with, again, we've talked about this in the past. The state presumes when you don't immediately affirm gender identity, under no matter what circumstances they're coming under, if you don't immediately affirm, you are being abusive to a kid. That's what they believe. Which is why they've gone to the extent of passing laws that allows kids to run away from their homes to seek so-called gender-affirming care and be held by the state in some facility without telling the parents where the kid is located. You don't even need parental consent for so-called gender-affirming care over the age of 13. So you can start the procedure to start getting surgical interventions at 13. Jason, kids don't get any gender surgeries. Really? Y'all said that a while ago, but now you're saying they do because you're getting all upset that Seattle Children's and other hospitals stop providing gender-affirming surgeries to minors. All of a sudden, I'm old enough to remember when they said gender-affirming surgeries weren't happening. Remember that?
It's the old, it's not happening and it's good that it is.
Yeah, it's like y'all take completely different positions, polar opposite positions, oftentimes within like memory of the previous one that you just took. It's so ludicrous. It is just so ludicrous. And I swear, it sometimes feels like we're living in just on another planet with some of these people and what they claim. They're so. What bothers me the most about this whole conversation is that they don't seem to truly care about the children enough to at least have an honest conversation, so they just gaslight us. Why not just have an honest, straightforward conversation? We can disagree on this. It's okay. It's okay to disagree, but they don't even want to have that conversation, so they just lie to you, which means they know their positions are indefensible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying this way.
Or at least aren't palatable to the average person.
So indefensible.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and the reality is, when they try to make the argument that gender is fluid, that biological boys should compete against biological girls, that you can choose one of 17,000 different genders based on the time of day and how you're feeling in that moment, and a toddler can be trans, the American people overwhelmingly reject it. It's not even close. This is not like even a 60-40 issue. You say, well, okay, it's just 51% of the country. It's still 49%. No, it's like 80-20, 90-10. Regardless of whether you're talking about in deeply blue states or deeply red states, this is a purple issue. This is truly a bipartisan issue. But they pretend otherwise. They pretend that you're crazy for holding the position you hold, and they just barrel through. Just move forward, doesn't matter. It's unbelievable. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Anti-Semitism.
It's possible that we're a mere few hours away from an anti-Semite being the next mayor of New York City. That is alarming on so many levels. Joining us on the line to discuss is Sam Markstein. He's the Republican Jewish Coalition National Political Director. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Jason. I really appreciate it.
So, generally, our fellow tribesmen will vote for liberals. And it seems like Jewish voters do, in fact, vote as a monolith. And we've seen some changes under Donald Trump. But what do you make out of today's turnout?
So let me start with the first point first. Zohran Mamdani will be an absolute disaster for the city of New York. I am a native New Yorker originally, and I weep for my city. I mean, he's not just an anti-Semite. He's also a communist. He's anti-capitalist. He's anti-police. He's anti-Israel. He is a Marxist in the worst possible form. And so it is really a disaster for the biggest city in the country, the city with the largest population of Jews outside of Israel. And the National Democratic Party owns this election and all of its results. I mean, you have to remember the governor of New York, a so-called mainstream Democrat, Kathy Hochul, endorsed Mamdani weeks ago. And then the leader of the Democrats in the House, another New Yorker, Hakeem Jeffries, bent the knee and endorsed him as well. So the voters will remember this not just this year, but also in 2026. 2028 and beyond. And we've said it before, there's only one party in this country that is fighting anti-Semitism loudly and still standing with Israel, and it's the Republican Party. And that's the reason why, as to your second point, why the Republican Party is doing so much better with Jewish voters than they have in the past. Just to tell your listeners, in 1992, George H.W. Bush got 11% of the national Jewish vote. Last year, Donald Trump got close to 40% of the national Jewish vote. And if you look in the key battleground states that actually helped to deliver him the presidency, he did even better than that. He closed in on 50% in Georgia. He closed in on that number in Michigan and Nevada and Arizona and Florida, and even in places like New York, because Jewish voters see what we see, which is that the Democratic Party has been hijacked and appeased and endorsed by the radical left-wing fringe, and that's become the new mainstream, and it's a scary time if you're a Jewish Democrat.
But I mean, so do you attribute that to Jewish voters understanding the reality of the party instead of Donald Trump's unique ability to appeal to Jewish voters?
Oh, it's absolutely a combination of both. The president has been the best friend the Jewish community has had in the White House in my lifetime and in folks who are older than me's lifetime. I mean, he has done so much for the American Jewish community. I mean, when you think about it, he is deporting the foreign jihadi sympathizers and Hamas supporters from our country. He's directing every department and agency in the federal government to do everything in their power to confront anti-Semitism. In fact, his DOJ has filed and won historic civil rights lawsuits to cut off funding to colleges and universities that refuse to defend Jewish students on campus. And so all of that on its own is not even taking into account the historic peace agreement that he just brokered between Israel and Hamas, taking out Iran's nuclear weapons program, the Abraham Accords, moving the embassy to Israel's capital, Jerusalem. I mean, the list goes on and on. We said earlier this year that the Nobel Prize shouldn't just have gone to him this year. It should be renamed for him. So, of course, this president is absolutely bringing more and more Jewish voters into the Republican Party, but they're also being pushed by the Democrats' radicalism and refusal to confront their issues on their side.
So then how do you think things will go for Democrats and the Jewish community with a Mamdani as mayor? The sad reality is there are plenty of Jews who are voting for him today who voted for him already. We've seen a lot of Jews, usually younger, and they have a tendency to be more maybe culturally Jewish than religiously Jewish, who sided with the anti-Semitic base of the movement in Israel going after Hamas. It's alarming. And I recognize that those numbers as a percentage are probably small, but they're very loud, and it does seem to be growing.
Oh, yeah, they're very loud, and they're also very stupid. Yeah. Let's call it what it is. These are not people that, I would want to have around my dinner table. But that having been said, Mamdani is the canary in the coal mine. The Democrats are embracing this, not just in New York, but in Minnesota, Minneapolis. You've got a radical running over there. You've got other people running in a bunch of other seats. They need to get their act together. And for the longest time, they took the Jewish vote for granted. And some of them are still whistling past the proverbial political graveyard. Jewish communal organizations and Jewish democratic groups that for years had taken the Jewish vote for granted have not gotten out of what I like to call the denial stage of grief in their politics when they lost in 2024. They refused to believe that Donald Trump could possibly win this many Jewish voters. They continue to think that, kind of appeasing this radical element in their party is the way to go. They have no courage. They are all cowards. They need to stand up and do something about it, just like you saw Republicans do at the RJC Leadership Summit this past weekend in Las Vegas, when speaker after speaker after speaker not only condemned anti-Semitism, but also made it clear that we will not allow it to metastasize into what's taking over the Democratic Party. We are loudly condemning it and confronting it and having that fight. They aren't, and you're seeing the results. And, hopefully they can get their act together, because we would not like to see this continue. I mean, we want to see a vibrant, thriving, opposition that can actually kick this cancer out of their own party, but they can't seem to do it.
They can't. And, again, I keep hoping that more and more people will come to that realization a little bit sooner than they currently are. I'll give you the last word on, tomorrow's headline in New York. What will it be?
Mamdani madness. I really hope that the people of New York get smart. Maybe there's a miracle today and somebody else wins, but I really don't see it. Poll after poll has suggested that he will win. My silver lining, though, is that there is going to be an upset. It could be in New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Jack Ciattarelli seems to have a lot of momentum in the closing days. Mikey Sherrill has run one of the worst campaigns I've ever seen in the country. She's basically the Kamala Harris of the East Coast. And I really am bullish on Jack closing the gap today on Election Day in New Jersey. So if you're in New Jersey and you're hearing this, get out and vote. Stay in line. Don't leave till they count it, because everyone's going to count.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed. Sam Markstein, Republican Jewish Coalition National Political Director. Thank you so much for stopping by, my friend. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason. Talk to you soon.
And, of course, here in Washington, make sure you get those ballots in. Remember 2020 when everything was locked down and then finally everything reopened and you got back into your car, but you probably skipped the services that could have wrecked your vehicle's warranty as a result? The Sunset Auto family is offering warranty health checks. It's absolutely free. You go in, you have them check your coverage, and if it's shaky, they can get you out of that car or truck and into something better with warranty protection for life. SunsetAutoFamily.com. When we come back, we're going to dive into the big local this hour, brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company, nwsafe.com.
And now here's Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial Services. Here's Brian Evans.
Today I want to talk about some of the differences between a will and a revocable living trust. They both kind of try and do the same thing, say what happens when somebody passes away, but they can be very different in how they're performed. A will often needs to go through probate, which is a court process, filings with the court. Revocable living trusts are often set up to try and avoid that court involvement in this. But there are some issues with revocable living trusts. One of them is there's more paperwork and they are more expensive to set up. There's a lot more record keeping, transfers of titles. You have to transfer all of the probatable assets into the revocable living trust. That can be difficult when you're refinancing and moving types of investments around over time. Those are some of the negatives, but one of the biggest things I have seen is that people spend a lot of money on these revocable living trusts, which is fine. They can be very good for folks. They're especially important in other states that have very high fees. If you go through probate, Washington generally isn't all that bad comparatively. But one of the things I've seen is they get these big binders, these big leather binders with lots of pages in them, and I ask them if they've retitled their assets, and they kind of look at me like, what do you mean? And did you open up that binder? Well, no, I really didn't. Well, the first couple pages are the instruction pages, and they say what you have to do for this revocable living trust to have any effect. And one of those things is retitle your assets. I'd say at least half the people I talk to never even get to that, and they end up going through probate anyway. So if you have one, open up the binder.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your rooted wealth analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. Storm season kicked off with a bang. An estimated 300,000 Western Washington residents lost power during a windstorm that honestly wasn't even that bad. So why did so many people lose power? Jason Rantz here with a solution. The Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound. Large and small, doesn't matter. When we get windstorms because of improperly maintained trees, branches are falling. They're snagging onto power lines. And then before you know it, an entire community, an entire city could be without power. Not just for a few hours, sometimes for a few days. That isn't just a major interruption into your daily life. At worst, it could mean a medical emergency. Generator Supercenter Puget Sound will help you be prepared for that next power outage with a whole home generator. They take care of everything for you. They are dedicated to helping keep families safe, comfortable, and prepared. 360-850-0000. Their number, 360-850-0000. Or you can stop by their showroom in Linwood and check out their selection of Generac generators. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com.
Weather's leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Hey, this is Pete from What Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on Seattle Red, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered here on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
If you're dealing with a chronic non-healing wound, 911 Wound, a division of Mobile Wound Healing Washington, can send a licensed medical provider directly to your home or facility. If you're a family member, discharged nurse, social worker, or senior living caregiver, 911 Wound partners with home health agencies to provide advanced wound care. Visit 911wound.com or call 800-968-HEAL. Medicare and insurance may vary and is not guaranteed for everyone or every service. Services provided based on medical necessity.
Snoqualmie, Mercer Island, Des Moines.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Shoreline, Woodinville, Burien.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that, 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. That means it's time for the Big Local. Brought to you by The Dana Show, hosted by Dana Lash, weekdays 9 to noon right here on Seattle Red, 770 a.m. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore stories coming out of Seattle and instead focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. We start in Tacoma, where voters are choosing a new mayor today. Incumbent Victoria Woodards has decided to step down from this position after 2 terms. And you've got 2 contenders, both on the city council, Anders Ibsen and John Hines. They have very different visions for the city of Tacoma. You had Ibsen, who won in the primary with about 39% of the vote or so. He says Tacoma needs a new direction, and he looks at rising crime and homelessness and says he would use city-owned land for housing and revise building codes to speed construction. But then you've got Hines, who says, okay, this is a little bit crazy. Sure, we've got to figure out how to, better handle permitting for builders. But he's also pushing, and he's been, in the last several weeks, really pushing for an expansion of the city's homeless camping ban, saying public safety and practical fixes need to come first. He's the less of the crazy of the two, right? If I were a voter in Tacoma, I would be voting for John Hines. You have until 8 p.m. to get that ballot in. Make sure you take it to a voter drop box location or directly to an elections office. Do not put it in a mailbox. It will not get counted if you put it in the mailbox today. Even if you're certain the mail hasn't yet been picked up, don't risk it. Do not risk it. Put it in a drop box. Do the right thing out in Tacoma. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We obviously want Hines to pull that one out. Meanwhile, in Everett, they are also voting for a mayor, either going with the incumbent Cassie Franklin, who we like. She's been on the show many times. She spoke at a Freedom Series event. This is someone who actually is trying to listen to both sides, even though she is a Democrat. But she's being challenged by Scott Murphy, who beat her by 65 votes in the primary. And for Murphy, he says he needs, as a mayor, they need a mayor to focus on public safety, focus on the police force in Everett, which is chronically understaffed. So that is what he's trying to make his campaign about, and that obviously speaks to us. Look, I like Cassie Franklin, but I'm always going to pick a Republican or a conservative over a Democrat, even when I like the Democrat. And as much as I like Cassie Franklin, I can't pretend that Scott Murphy doesn't talk to me. I mean, Cassie Franklin was on the show month ago, maybe under that, 3 weeks ago, to talk about the Kroger closure, and she blamed them for closing, saying that they're just not good community partners and they abandoned the city. And she's, entitled to have that opinion, but clearly Kroger was talking about the impacts of crime on their location and their ability to do business. And Scott Murphy points out, maybe we ought to tackle the crime crisis, because that's really why Kroger left. They didn't just leave because they don't like Everett. They didn't just leave because they don't like profits. But he also points out that homelessness is getting worse, not better, and we need a new direction. Cassie Franklin says, no, my record is good. I've been putting investments in housing and outreach. Progress takes a little bit of time. And that's true, right? Progress does take time, and it's not like Cassie Franklin has run the city into the ground. That's going to be an interesting challenge, I think, for people who maybe like the pragmatism and moderate approach of Cassie Franklin, but also say, kind of like in Seattle, where you can say, okay, things have gotten better, but you have expectations that are higher than just a little bit better. So I'm not sure how that one's going to go. It's hard to, especially in some of these races that don't get a whole lot of external polling, it's hard to handicap. 65 votes, winning by 65 means literally nothing. It means you just got lucky and 65 more people happen to turn in their ballot for you than for your opponent. That's all it means. And unfortunately, you can't say, well, there's a clear way. So we'll see. This is kind of the lazy talking point that you'll hear from campaigns and talking heads, but it's true. And this is always the truth. Elections are determined by turnout. And if you've got a better ground game, if you've inspired more people than the other, you're going to win. That's really all there is to it. It's not always easy to do the inspirational speeches to get people to turn out, but that's campaigning and elections 101. You know who wins? The person with the most votes. How do you get the most votes? Generate as much turnout as humanly possible. And it's harder and harder and harder when we're talking about these kinds of races, because generally, you don't have the infrastructure in place to do the door knocking. You don't have the money in place to hire the people to do all the door knocking. And individual candidates can only do so much door knocking, especially if you're the incumbent. You've got a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to, the retail politicking of all of this, which sounds awful, by the way. I'm almost more inclined to vote for someone who puts themselves through the whole knocking on doors and having to talk to people like me. Because I'm going to be angry and push you on things, and probably condescending, but in a polite way. So the sort of the Seattle nice kind of thing. Did you get anyone knocking on your doors? Especially your district is hard.
Yeah, I think Lindsay Walsh, who's running for mayor against Mark Mullet. Some of his people, I saw them coming by my apartment, but it just so happened I was leaving right at that time, so I don't know if they came to my...
Does Lindsay know that you struggle to vote for men with women's names?
That's unisex.
Is it? Lindsay?
Yeah, I've seen lots of women named Lindsay.
Yeah, but also Graham.
Yeah.
You don't like... Although the E versus A.
Yeah.
Right? E is woman, A is... Right?
No, now I'm confused.
I think that's it. I think it is, right?
I thought it was the other way around.
E is female, A is male.
I think Lindsay Lohan's an A, but then there's Lindsay Vaughn who's an E. So
I don't like the implications of that.
There's either way, I guess.
I don't. Okay, well then it's not you. Then it's a woman's name.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you that. Okay, never mind. But did you pick Lindsay over our friend Mark?
Oh, God, no.
Isn't Lindsay Walsh crazy?
Yeah, she's a
little loony?
She's a little cuckoo, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. We haven't heard a whole lot of this particular race. Have you seen a lot of signage and whatnot?
I've seen signs, but that's about it. Yeah.
I would gather Mark Mullet has bigger name recognition than the mayor.
Yeah. Well, neither of them are mayor, but
Sorry, Lindsay Walsh in the mayoral race.
Yeah, I never heard of her until.
Right, I don't know who that person is. I've never heard of. I couldn't tell you who the mayor is now.
It's Mary Lou Pauley.
Oh yeah, I did know that. Who's going to win this one?
I'm kind of with. I mean, I had the same thought. I think Mark Mullet has way more name recognition, so I think him. But
and he's a moderate.
Yeah,
he's not a crazy person like Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Although when he ran for re-election on the legislative side, he only won by 250 votes or something. But it's a bigger district than just Issaquah when he was running at the state legislative side. So, speaking of which, who did you also vote for?
Chad Mogendas.
Why?
Because it's a key race that could get rid of the Democrat supermajority.
And what does that mean?
They can't pass crazy tax hikes.
And why is that good?
How far down this rabbit hole are we going to go?
We're going to keep going and going and going. We want to stop the crazy tax hikes that the Democrats have said they are going to continue with in this next legislative session. They stupidly decided to bring that up prior to the election. So please make sure you vote by what time?
6 or 7, I mean.
Hey, dummy, how can you not know the answer to that? 7? We've said it, first of all, today, maybe 2-3 dozen times.
Oh, wait, 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What shouldn't you do with your ballot? Where shouldn't you
put it
take
in the mail? You should put it in a Dropbox.
Or
get it postmarked.
Well, election office.
Oh, yeah.
There's one actually not too far from Issaquah. Well, or no, Renton, I guess there's one in. Is he going to win?
Is Chad going to win?
I'm nervous.
I don't know.
I'm a little bit more nervous with Chad than I am with Michelle Caldier in the 26th, mostly because Democrats are acting very, very desperate in that race. And I haven't weirdly heard much in the Chad Mogendas race. I know Republicans are engaged, right? They had their Enumclaw event over the weekend for ballot harvesting, which sounds illegal. It's not illegal, not even a little bit. So they're at least more engaged. Although weirdly, I didn't hear any of that happening in Caldier's race. But last week, as we told you exclusively, voters got 2 mailers saying the complete opposite of one another, that she's ultra MAGA, but also a rhino at the same time. That's not possible.
Well, you know all about that.
Yeah, that's true. They're treating her like left-wing media treats me sometimes. Oh, God. Auburn, Proposition 1. They hope to build a new school, a middle school with it. If they vote yes, it's a school levy, which means you have to have 60% of the vote, which means it's going to fail. It's going to add $600 per year to the cost of owning a home. And obviously, if you're renting, it's going to get all pushed in. $600 is a lot. Because it's not just $600. It's $600 on top of all the other property taxes that you're hit with. All for a bunch of punk kids who aren't even going to enjoy the new middle school. When you're in middle school, don't you just need like Legos and blocks? What do you need a school for?
I mean, you're probably a little past Legos.
Here's a Barbie doll. Go sit in the corner and play with it.
Well, middle schoolers are like 13. I mean,
here's a vape pen. Go sit in the
There you
bathroom and smoke it. That's all they care about. Vaping in bathrooms. Can't even give them dolls anymore because of all the politics behind it. It's like, what kind of doll is this? It's a white doll. What about representation for all the other kids in the classroom? I'm always assuming now that anything having to do, if it requires 60% and it's a tax hike or a levy hike, whatever it is, it never seems to pass, which is good. And I know some people want to change that to 50%. Like, why does it have 60%? Here's why. Because I don't have a kid. But you're forcing me to pay for something. I should have a say in this. So make it a little bit harder. Otherwise, we're going to lose every single time. But you should have to raise the bar a little bit if you're going to raise taxes to that degree. $600 is a lot of money. That's like what you make in a month. It's not fair. That's not fair. For who? For Duncan? So he gets an extra middle school?
My default position at this point, whenever I see a tax increase on a ballot, is no.
I 100% will vote no, except if it has something to do with policing.
Yeah.
That's the only time. And that's the only time I get to 50-50. That's not a guarantee that I'm going to vote for something because it gives money to law enforcement or, whether it's for new equipment, to upgrade I think that's, I can't remember. I think it was King County where they're upgrading the communications equipment so everyone can actually communicate with each other and do it in safer way. Like even that, I was like, how much is it going to be? Because it's really expensive. And now, I'm looking to buy a home and it's going to hit me even more directly. Like I'll see it if I were to do it. Do I want to experience that? And King County is already too expensive. It's too much. Leave me alone. When can we get to vote on something that says we're going to get rid of a tax?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Right, Proposition 1, we're going to save you $600 a month. We're going to give you $600 more in a year off of your property tax if you vote for this. Give me that. Just one time.
It's like another tax increase. It's like, where's the extra money that we gave you last time? Where'd that go?
It never ends. And, unless you're in the city we don't talk about in this segment, they always say yes to every single tax increase while simultaneously complaining about the cost of living. I want one time to open a ballot and it tell me, you vote for this, you save money. We will rescind a tax. I want one time. That seems like a small ask for my lifetime. Just once. Just once. Give me the opportunity to say no. Although that will be the one that loses in Seattle, of course. The only time it ends up losing will be that one. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. The stock market's on fire, and yet there's $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines because investors are too scared or they just don't know where to go. I know where you can go. Legacy Group Capital. Invest locally. Legacy Group Capital has averaged double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years. LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com. The 702 points out we did get one of those kinds of votes. It was on car taps a few years ago. But we didn't, we won it, but we lost at the same time. You know what I mean? Thanks for reminding me of that. What a jerk. What a jerk. 702 ruining it for me. I'm kidding. When we come back, you pick the news. Story number 1, Kourtney Kardashian, I don't even know which one that is, launches
the oldest one.
The ugliest one, right? Is that the one?
You said it, not me.
And was I wrong? I don't know. I just know that there's an ugly one. She launches a supplement inspired by breast milk. Okay. Or a University of Chicago professor posts vile social media content just hours after Dick Cheney was announced deceased. Which story should we do? 1-800-465-8770. You vote, we talk when we come back.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Northwest Safe in Enumclaw, online at nwsafe.com. They don't just do Black Friday sales. They do Black November sales. 10% off site-wide. It is here right now. You can get 10% off on top of even bigger discounts on select safes. That'll make your wallet feel as secure as your valuables. Gun safes, personal safes, large, small, midsize, they've got you covered. But the one bit of warning I offer people is go there now, because when they do sales like this, it's not a guarantee that you're going to find the safe you want in stock at this point. This is obviously increasing the likelihood that the safe you might want ends up getting sold before you're able to lock in that deal. Because again, it's not just the 10% off. They're already giving you incredible safe sale prices because they are an exclusive Liberty Safe dealer, which gives you exclusive rebates and pricing. So head on over right now to nwsafe.com. No codes. You get everything, just 10% off. Check them out, nwsafe.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Open enrollment for Medicare is underway. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man here. Get organized now with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Carpoolers using the SR-167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having Good to Go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Y'all weren't thirsty, I guess. I thought they were going to go with the breast milk story.
Me too.
Right? I figured that's what I had even pre-clicked it. Ready to go, but no, the vote's overwhelming. It didn't get a single vote.
Especially since he's been pushing the supplements lately.
I know. Well, I would never take a supplement.
Well,
like
not
that.
hers, but yeah.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna just say no. I don't know. I gotta look at it. You Chicago professor posted pretty nasty things after Dick Cheney died earlier today, but it came from University of Chicago professor who's already just an awful person. She was arrested recently for aggravated assault at an anti-ICE rally. She is the one who is responsible, according to Fox News. Iman Abdelhadi, an assistant professor in the University of Chicago's Department of Comparative Human Development. What does that even mean?
Yeah, just academic gobbledygook.
This is the comparative human development. What do you compare the way two humans develop? Oh, wow. Is it literal? She posted on, of course, her Blue Sky account. Every time one of these mass murderers dies without having faced any consequence for the massacres they ordered, the lives they destroyed, the societies they razed to the ground, I realize how far we are from a world with justice. Rest in hell, Dick Cheney. Your legacy is death. So he died from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease, according to a statement from the family. Obviously, he's best known for serving as vice president to George W. Bush, but obviously he also, before that, he was a congressman, he was a defense secretary, he was a White House chief of staff, but, you know, his tenure as vice president was one that was and is defined by controversy, and that he was very powerful, he had a lot of influence, but also he was given a lot of independence. And unfairly, I think, you know, criticizing George W. Bush, claiming that it was actually just Dick Cheney. No, I mean, Bush was open about the partnership he had with the vice president, and you generally you want that kind of relationship with your vice president. But you knew the second that he died, you would get these kinds of comments. The only reason we didn't see a ton of these comments is because the death was announced in the middle of the morning, East Coast time. And perhaps that was done intentionally. Because the story was the first email alert when I got up, that I looked at the timestamp. It was like 3:30. So it broke 6 o'clock-ish East Coast time on an election day. So if we didn't have an election today, I guarantee you we'd have a ton of stories on air right now about the nastiness from folks who opposed him. And I will point out, a lot of the nastiness came from Republicans who used this as an opportunity to go after Liz Cheney and to go after him for kind of turning on the Republican Party over the course of the last several years, or at least under Donald Trump. He was anti-Trump. He said he proudly voted for Kamala Harris, which to me is more of a reflection, not of his politics, but of his defense of his daughter, is my guess.
Yeah.
There's no way that Dick Cheney all of a sudden became a Democrat. The chances of that are very slim. It's possible.
It's more out of spite, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what, or just not spite. It was out of defense of a daughter. Like he's her father, and I guess I understand that. And it's not like he made a huge deal. I think he did like one video on social media.
Yeah, he like released a statement.
Yeah, and versus Liz Cheney, who was out there going on tour and sitting on stage with Kamala Harris. So that's a little bit different. But it's wrong when they do it on the left. It's wrong when we do it on the right. Why would you publicly mock a family member, including Liz Cheney, on the day she loses her father? That doesn't speak well of you. It makes you seem not just incredibly petty, but cruel and evil. There's just no point in doing that. I don't care if you were a fan of his lately or ever. I don't care what you think about Liz Cheney. I don't like Liz Cheney. You know what never crossed my mind today? To go on Twitter and say, ha, 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 Liz, your mass murderer's father. Like, why would you do that? It's nasty. It's low class. You should be beyond that. And I'm not talking directly to anyone in my audience. I sincerely doubt any of you guys did this, but it's important to call out both sides when they do it. I expect this kind of stuff from radicals on the left, but I also don't like that I have to expect it from folks on the right. And I suppose the people who are doing this are the radical of the radicals, but just it's low class. It's disturbing. Don't do that. Don't have anything nice. Just don't say anything. You can go ahead and criticize his tenure as vice president. I think that's fair. I wouldn't do it today. You can give it a day or so before you just jump in. It's not necessary. Again, usually if someone dies that I wasn't necessarily, quote unquote, a fan of, okay, I don't feel the need to say anything about them at all. We've got some updated numbers from the polls in Virginia when we come back.
Many retirees are enjoying the retirement lifestyle, but not the high cost of living. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, who says a reverse mortgage may provide some stress relief.
If you're struggling with your mortgage payments or other bills, or maybe you just like some extra money, a reverse mortgage allows you to tap your home equity for tax-free cash. You've worked hard to build up that equity in your home. Now let it work for you. And best of all, you'll have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. If you believe building a home, getting a mortgage, or investing in real estate feels like pulling teeth, I'm willing to bet you're dealing with a bank or a credit union when you should be dealing with Legacy Group Capital. They're so much different. They cut through the nonsense. Banks are going to drown you in red tape and delays. Legacy Group Capital, they're not about that. They're one of Washington's largest local private portfolio lenders, and they've helped thousands of home buyers and investors hit their goals with a common sense approach. Legacy Group lends its own money and makes its own decisions. So if your deal makes sense, they make it happen. You get the attention that you deserve. And you get it from people who are local and invested in this community. So talk to the experts in private lending, Legacy Group Capital, 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. legacyg.com.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, they just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastway, 33 BU Seattle.
Fox News alert, key races in a handful of states. I'm Lee Silicera. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Democrat Abigail Spanberger will become the next governor of Virginia. The former House representative will be the first ever woman to lead the Commonwealth. Spanberger, who once served as a CIA officer, defeats Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. Once again, the Fox News decision desk can now project that Democrat Abigail Spanberger will become the next governor of Virginia. The former House representative will be the first ever woman to lead the Commonwealth. Spanberger, who once served as a CIA officer, defeats Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. It's 8 o'clock in the East, and polls have closed in New Jersey. The Fox News decision desk believes the governor's race in the Garden State is close. Democratic candidate Mikey Sherrill leads. Republican Jack Ciattarelli is hoping for a boost from President Trump, who campaigned for him last night.
Both candidates say the most important issue is affordability. Ciattarelli blames Democratic state leadership for high costs. Sherrill blames President Trump, who looms large in this race.
Fox's Brian Yennis in New Jersey. Current Governor Democrat Phil Murphy is term limited. Voters in New York City have another hour to get to the polls, where a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist could win the mayor's race.
Zoran Mamdani is hoping to make history. He's in the same part of the city here in New York where he launched his campaign more than a year ago. Back then, nobody really knew who this guy was. He was a virtually unknown assemblyman. Now he's got quite the following as he's in the national spotlight.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in Brooklyn. Mamdani is challenged by former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent and was endorsed by President Trump and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says the U.S. military has carried out another strike on a suspected drug boat in the Eastern Pacific. America's listening to Fox News.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Folks! The yellow light! God, I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We're here live on Seattle Red 770 AM, streaming live on SeattleRed.com and the Seattle Red app. We're going to break some news tonight with Harmeet Dillon. She's going to stop by from the Department of Justice with an announcement of a lawsuit against the state of Washington. We're excited to hear from her at the bottom of the hour, 5:30. But first, it's election night, and we've got some results, at least one big one, and that's what's trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
As we said leading into tonight, don't expect a whole bunch of surprises from Virginia, at least when it comes to the gubernatorial race. And Winsome Earl Sears has lost. She was defeated by Abigail Spanberger. They're now all being called. The decision desk called this very, very early. And now everyone else is following with their own calls. Specifically, Fox just called it 55% to 44%. And some people will say, well, Jason, first of all, how could the Decision Desk HQ call it so early within like 10 minutes of the polls being closed? Looking now, there's only 38% of the polls reporting their numbers. How could they be so short? It's a combination of things. They look at exit polls and they look at where the votes are coming, and they base it on historical trends such as, we'll bring it locally. If Seattle, and I'm making this up, let's say Seattle was voting, or Washington, we had a gubernatorial race. Seattle numbers come in and every single Seattle voter voted. That's what the data says. 100%. You can guarantee that the Democrat who's running for governor is going to win based on that alone, right? So that's generally how you look at it. Now, they're doing exit polls, so on the way out, they will say who they voted for, which is a way that media outlets end up learning of results, or at least where we think results are going to go early on in the night. And it's not a perfect science, right? In cases where, it's really close, they're not just going to call it early. But when it's overwhelming, just simply overwhelming, you'll know pretty quickly. And we knew this going in, right? I like Winsome Sears. She had no shot at winning. And things are really close with the attorney general. That's the only one in Virginia that maybe a Republican will win. Right now, Jason Miyares is behind by just under 15,000-ish votes. So that's still, he started off in the lead, but then it tightened. And then Jay Jones, the guy who likes to joke about murdering children, he ended up overtaking him. And again, Spanberger winning by such a huge margin is going to benefit Jay Jones. That's just the reality. But it's not over for that. It's still too close to call. New Jersey just closed their polls. It is still too close to call, although there is right now a sizable lead, although somewhat shrinking, between Chitterelli and Sherrill. Chitterelli, the Republican, he is behind 46 to her 43% of the vote. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the next hour or so. This was in the national conversation about results, this was the only potential upset. This would be the only potential upset tonight. And I was cautious, and I'm still cautious. I don't think he's going to win. I hope he does. I'm not banking on that, because we're dealing with a blue state. It's gotten a lot different. New Jersey clearly has gotten a lot different, but that's been specifically under Trump. And Trump is not on the ballot. He did not do a bunch of campaigning. He did endorse Chitterelli, but he didn't do any campaigning in New Jersey. And it would have been risky for the president to do that. I would not if I were him. And if I were Chitterelli, I wouldn't want him out there, because coming out there is just going to encourage the Democrats to get out the vote. And you don't want that to happen. You want Trump there if he's on the ballot, because that's going to bring in a whole bunch of people. You don't want him if he's not actually on the ballot. So he was in a kind of a precarious position. Neither of these states, staying blue or returning blue, is bellwether at all. There's nothing bellwether about it. Now, if you look specifically in Virginia at the House of Delegate elections, you've got some red districts that went to Harris in this last election, because, again, it's still a blue state. you pay attention to those. If you get something that either flips on the Republican side in Trump districts, that's alarming in Virginia. But beyond that, these are not bellwether states, unless they do something that's completely out of the ordinary. If New Jersey all of a sudden goes Republican, okay, that's alarming from a Democratic perspective, and it's encouraging from the Republican perspective, because like you just point to that and say, see, we told you things are going in the right direction in New Jersey. We got a red governor there again. And they've obviously had a conservative as governor in recent memory with Chris Christie. And then he ate a bridge. I don't remember. Do you remember what that was?
It was something like that.
Closed a bridge. I don't know. And he's been pushed aside to ABC News now, where he will retire on whatever salary they're paying him and never be seen in politics again. Or you'll see him. Okay, that was mean. I'm sorry. It's not wrong. Meanwhile, to close the race, Jack Ciattarelli was again, making it clear that he stands on the right side of the issues, such as getting rid of sanctuary policy.
Let's not forget, since Donald Trump took the presidency again, illegal crossings are down 99%. And just as he has secured the border, it's my job to secure New Jersey, and we do that by getting rid of sanctuary city, sanctuary state policy, which only encourages illegal immigration. We shouldn't be doing that.
Of course, the big national election that everyone is looking at is going to go exactly the way we think, right? We're going to see a win for Zoran Mamdani. He's clearly going to win. Every single poll has him leading by double digits. And I was thinking last night and this morning about the conversation we had on air and the conversation a lot of us have been having about Curtis Sliwa, the Republican in that race. And I've seen a lot, like Rob Schmidt, for example, from Newsmax. I go on his show somewhat often, said something about, if you get Mamdani as mayor, you have one person to blame, it's Curtis Sliwa. It's certainly true that Curtis Sliwa holds a huge bit of blame for Mamdani. However, the more I thought about it, I tweeted this morning. You know who's actually to blame? The voter.
Yeah.
The voters know. Anyone who voted for Curtis Sliwa in New York today, they know he's not going to win, and he can't win. So they made the decision to vote for someone who had zero chance at winning. They made the decision not to hold their nose and vote for Cuomo. I understand why you don't want to hold your nose and vote for anyone. Like, I totally get that. But if you're going to be upset about Mamdani winning, that's on the voters. That's 100% on the voters.
They effectively just didn't vote because
100%. That is 100%. And there's nothing wrong with, quote unquote, not voting in that way if you're just following your conscience and you're saying, you know what? I get that Mamdani would be a nightmare and I don't want him there, but also I can't stomach voting for, like, that part I understand. But if you're voting for Curtis Sliwa because you think that he had a shot and, you know what, just if enough people, no, you are really to blame for that one. But it's less Curtis Sliwa. Now, is Curtis Sliwa very selfish? Yeah, he's selfish. He's selfish because he also gave people the opportunity to vote for him when he knew he wasn't going to win. So he does deserve some of the blame. Now, Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, who decided to not just back Zoran Mamdani, but then dodge questions as to whether Zoran Mamdani is the future of the party, which, by the way, you're going to hear that question a lot to Democrats. Is Zoran Mamdani the future of the Democratic Party? And I hope I get that question tonight on CNN, because the answer is no. He's the present. Zoran Mamdani is the present for the Democratic Party, because the biggest names within the Democratic Party, the ones who generate the most excitement around the base or amongst the base, they're all the Zoran Mamdanis, the AOCs, the Bernie Sanders. Those are the ones who have the highest name recognition. Hakeem Jeffries, do you think the average person knows who Hakeem Jeffries is? No. Do you think they know the same about Mamdani or AOC or Bernie? They do. They know who they are. They wouldn't be able to pick Hakeem Jeffries out of a lineup. If you watch TV and you're stuck on cable news, or you are really deeply entrenched in this sort of stuff, that's a little bit different. But he says it's going to be a huge victory for the Democrats.
At this point, it's not a question of if Republicans are going to lose. I was in Virginia earlier today. I was in New Jersey over the weekend. I was in California a few weeks ago. They are going to lose. because the American people know that Republican policies have failed them. And it starts with the economy, that Republicans promised to lower the high cost of living. But costs aren't going down in America. Costs are going up. The cost of living in this country is out of control. And Donald Trump has not done a damn thing to change it.
Now, we're pretending that cost of living is up? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Meanwhile, there's some people who don't quite buy the polls. Chris Matthews, most notably with that thrill going up his leg, has calmed down a little bit and said this.
To be honest with you, the country is moving towards Trump. I mean, these polls that come out and show him not doing well, I don't buy that. I think his strength is still greater than the Democratic strength. He is a stronger public figure than the Democratic people. I mean, Obama still has tremendous charisma, but Trump has strength. And I think that's what all voters look for. But they want a president who is a strong figure, and he's got it. And he can, it's just there. And half the country buys it. That's what I think.
I tend to agree more with him than not in this particular case. Polls that show you Donald Trump underwater or anything, same problem today than they had before, which is they don't know how to reach Trump supporters, nor do they understand why Trump pulls in the people they don't know how to reach. Now, whether or not that translates to the Republicans, that's a little bit different. That's more of a nuanced conversation. But obviously, it's not just about what's going on the East Coast. It's what's happening here in Washington. And with that said, let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
In just a few short hours, it's the end of Election Day. Joining me in studio to help get out the vote is Mayor Bruce Harrell. Welcome back to the studio. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Jason.
So how are you feeling right now? The turnout's been low, and that's not great, no matter who's running.
Well, we feel good, to answer your question directly. We think that we appropriately distinguish ourselves in our experience and our commitment to public safety and economic development, and we distinguish ourselves from our competitor, Ms. Wilson. And then it's up to the voters. So we think we made the case as to why we need 4 more years for such an important job, and experience clearly matters given the stakes at hand right now.
What is an issue that you want sort of a part 2 at? What's something that you were not able to fully accomplish yet, but you set the groundwork for?
I'll start with public safety. And even though our crime rates are down to 2017 levels, which we should be really proud of, homicides down over 40% as an example, those statistics mean nothing when people are walking around and seeing conditions that are unacceptable. When we see gunfire where there should not even be guns or gunfire around nightclubs, as an example. And what we have developed, again, is a recruiting strategy to get more officers. We're getting over 10 applications a day, nearly 4,000 per year. And we have an unarmed response now in the care department, and we are setting the foundation by which to be a phenomenal, safe city. I want our city safe. And again, when my opponent was one of the lead architects of the defund movement, who has not even in this race committed to a staffing level that we need in the police department, I put it out there. I need 1,450 officers to be able to do their job. We think the case has been made, and we're hopeful that voters will see that.
Where does the 1,400 come from? And I asked that in the context of, I remember covering this initially when we were this was way pre-COVID, and we started to see the mass exodus of officers. And this was during the first negotiations around the contract. And that number was 1,600. And then it went to 1,500. Now it's down to 1,400. Where does that number come from? And how much does that have to do with the care team potentially supplementing some of the work?
The number comes from studying best practices in modern policing. A proper ratio could be anywhere between 1.9 per thousand to 3 to 1,000. Boston, for example, has a ratio of 3 to 1,000. New York is heavily loaded with police officers. We looked at the economic development strategies of the city. We come up with about a 1.9 ratio per thousand residents. And if you look at modern criminology theory, they would suggest that. It varies from city to city,
sure,
depending on the history and some of the economic activity. And so that's where this number comes from. So these are not arbitrary numbers. And I reserve the right to possibly change it to 2 or 2.1. But you're absolutely right, Jason, that with the onset and growth of the care department, that number could slightly go down, because a lot of what the officers respond to, we don't need a gun and badge. We need a de-escalator and a person really equipped for perhaps mental illness situations. But if they present a public safety threat, we need our officers there.
Are you worried about the national trend, at least what seems to be a national trend, on going towards the more quote-unquote progressive candidate? There's no doubt Mamdani's going to win in New York. We don't know what's going to happen in Minneapolis, but it seems we're going in that direction. There does seem to be a pushback against the incumbents, and you're going up against history in Seattle, where generally a mayor doesn't get a second term, or it's been a while.
Well, I study politics for a living, and I don't worry about trends. I play the long game, and the city has, and the county and the state and the government has gone up and down with different types of leaders. I am very hopeful and prayerful that we will be a phenomenal city. I don't worry about those kinds of things. I know my North Star centers around public safety, strong economic development, strong educational policies, the ability to talk to one another in political discourse. That's my North Star. So I'm not worried about anything. I'll continue to push that agenda, and hopefully the city of Seattle will realize that's the way to go.
There you go. Mayor Bruce Harrell, best of luck tonight. Really do appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Ballots in hand. Make sure they get in a drop box by 8 o'clock. Do not put it in a mailbox. Go to a drop box or go to an open location for an elections office. Get that ballot in. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. Now, let's talk with Bruce Harrell's opponent. What
we wait for tonight. I think that is unavoidable, but overall, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I think there's a lot of momentum, a lot of enthusiasm out there, and I'm certainly feeling that as I knock on doors and talk to people just walking down the street these days.
The last probably 5 days, you've seen a clear increase in one specific criticism of you from the Harrell camp and from his allies, that you lack experience. And it is fair to say that you don't have experience in the traditional sense. And so assuming you get this position, how do you intend to govern without, quote unquote, learning on the job?
Well, you know, I mean, I think, to be honest, anyone coming into the mayor's office, there's going to be learning on the job, right? I mean, people come into this office from all different directions. You know, we had a 3-term mayor in Seattle, Charlie Royer. He was a news reporter before he stepped into the mayor's office. You know, our current mayor, Bruce Harrell, he was a council member, you know, managing a small council office. So there's always going to be a learning curve. But I think for me, you know, I know very well that as I'm assembling my team, I'm going to need to be bringing people in with me who have extensive, you know, executive experience in the mayor's office, you know, who have experience in departments. And I'm really excited about that. I think we're going to assemble a great team.
Do you anticipate looking at not necessarily a team of rivals per se, but bringing in people who have slight disagreements ideologically with you, just to mix things up so it's not an echo chamber?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's very important, that we have a mix of backgrounds, a mix of perspectives. And, you know, it's like, as mayor, I'm going to be mayor for the whole city. And so that means that we need to have our finger on the pulse of what a whole range of stakeholders are thinking and feeling. So absolutely, I'm going to be looking to bring in people with a bunch of different perspectives.
There's undoubtedly someone listening right now in Seattle, or maybe they know someone in Seattle, who will say, look, I'm a conservative. And so the chances are a lot of conservatives are listening right now saying, okay, Katie Wilson's ideas are obviously ideologically, I am completely opposed to that. But they also don't love the idea of Bruce Harrell. And I consider myself in that camp, right? I'm hardly someone who's excited about Bruce Harrell, and I've said that to him during the interviews that I've done with him. So what is your message to that voter who ideologically is opposed to you, but also not excited about Bruce Harrell?
Well, I mean, I think that when we get right down to it and kind of look past the ideology, we all want a lot of the same things, right? We want a city where you can afford to raise a family, even if you're working at a grocery store. We want a city that's safe for our children, that's safe to walk around the streets. And we want a city with thriving small businesses, great public spaces. We want people to have roofs over their heads and not have ever worsening homelessness crisis on our streets. So I really think that those are things that unite us all, regardless of what party people feel they're in or their ideology. And that's really what I want to achieve as mayor, right? I want to achieve those results for the people of Seattle. So I guess to that conservative voter, I'd say, give me a shot.
Well, we might not be in a position where we have any choice. Things go the way you want them to, obviously. And, look, I'm a Seattle resident. I'm a Seattle voter. This stuff impacts me. And no matter who the mayor is, I want them to succeed, although I'll probably be a thorn in the backside of either of you moving forward. But
I expect it, Jason. I expect it.
Exactly. So best of luck tonight, Katie. And we look forward to the results either tonight or more likely tomorrow. And for anyone who wants to get that vote in, make sure you do it by 8 p.m. Put it into a drop box or go directly to an elections office. Do not put it in the mail if you want it to be counted. Katie Wilson, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Take care.
You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. The Sunset Auto family are loyal supporters of Seattle Red and want you to know that every qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. Oil changes are worth, $200 a pop. Get 5 of them a year. You're going to save thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto Family in Auburn and Sumner, online at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, some exclusive news. A lawsuit is coming. Harmeet Dillon from the Department of Justice stops by. She'll explain on the Jason Rantz Show.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Hey, Jason Rantz here. The government is still shut down. Yep. It's not working. Your headlights, thankfully, are working. The end of daylight savings time means you're driving home in the dark. Nothing like a long day at the office, coupled with a long commute home. The rain makes it worse. Just be safe out there. Do not be one of the unlucky ones who gets an offender bender. But if you do happen to be one of those people, protect yourself with Herald Car Law offices. Here's why you should call Car Law immediately after an accident. It's actually quite simple. They're going to save you valuable time and money. They're going to provide with you a checklist of what's most important, your health and recovery at the very top. But then they'll deal with the insurance company on your behalf. That's the last thing you want to do on your own, believe me. CarLaw.com is the website. C-A-R-R. Car is spelled with 2 R's. If you, a friend, or a family member gets injured in a car accident, call the Herald Car Law offices immediately. That phone call will save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. CarLaw.com. C-A-R-R. CarLaw.com.
Here's what a repeat customer had to say about his experience at General Transmission.
I've brought several vehicles to Mark for different repairs over the years. He's always very clear with his quotes and information. You can trust that everything will be done to the highest standards. The team at General are great people and a pleasure to work with. It's nice to support a family business.
Want to save money, have a 5-star experience, and get back on the road quickly? General Transmission is your only choice.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Health insurance is broken, but it doesn't have to be.
That's why Scan Health Plan was founded as a nonprofit, so we can create Medicare Advantage plans that focus on the real needs of seniors. We've been people first since 1977, and we're here to make Medicare work hard for you, because you deserve more than a broken system. You deserve a plan that fights for you. Visit scandifference.org to learn more. Scan Health Plan is an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Scan Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Jason Rantz Show.
All right, let's break it down with Seattle radio host and author Jason Rantz.
Jason, if I didn't know you, my first question would be, do you make these stories up?
No, they accepted this proposal.
I guess it's a measure of how much they really don't like Trump, isn't it?
Long form.
Our Secretary of State, Steve Hobbs, denied the Trump administration's request for some information on the state's voter rolls, as the federal government is just attempting, presumably, to make sure that our elections are on the up and up. At the same time, the federal government has said to other states that have rejected their requests, okay, we'll see you in court. So will that actually happen in this case? Joining us on the line, friend of the show, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon. Welcome back to the show.
Oh, thanks for having me.
If you can, just explain to the audience what specifically you were looking for and for what purposes, because I think the local media did not really treat this with a whole lot of respect for the facts.
Well, we're just exercising our statutory authority under the Voting Rights Act and Help America Vote Act and the National Voter Registration Act, the federal civil rights and voting statutes that we administer. And in this case, we're seeking from several states to be able to look at their voter rolls, including Social Security information, to be able to make sure that the Help America Vote Act, specifically obligations, are being carried out to clean up the voter rolls. That's a federal requirement. We're helping states make sure that they are complying with the law, comparing these databases to other adjoining states to make sure that people aren't voting multiple times or on the ballot, on the voter rolls in different states. And as you mentioned in your intro there, Washington State has told us in September to go pound sand. They are not going to comply with our request. Now, that happened immediately before the shutdown that we've been in for now 5 weeks. And so that kind of ties our hands for a bit. This shutdown will end. This is now the longest shutdown that we've had. The shutdown will end, and we will get back into filing lawsuits. But right now, that's kind of suspended because we're on a skeleton staff right now.
So essentially you're saying is the government reopens, then you sue, essentially.
We're going to sue. We're going to pursue all of our legal options, and we're going to enforce our federal voting rights laws.
Why did you ask for the data from Washington and Oregon and Maine?
I can't get into our legal strategies, but, there are reasons. There may be complaints from the public. There may be, certain practices that we're aware of in these states that make us concerned about the integrity of the laws. I don't have to justify it. I have the right to request it.
Yeah, and I think most of us can read between the lines. I mean, especially here in Washington and Oregon, they proudly declare themselves to be sanctuary states. They seem to indicate that there's never anything wrong with the voting system. And while I don't believe in some conspiracies that some folks have of just like every single election is rigged, they don't always act transparent in cases of just the system itself, which makes people, I think, a little nervous.
Oh, yeah. I mean, transparency has definitely not been a hallmark of many states in how they're dealing with their elections. And just we've come to accept a certain level of gross incompetence. And we're seeing it play out today in a couple of states. We're seeing it in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where they simply left 75,000 voters off the voter rolls. Independent voters were not, considered. We're seeing it in some counties in New Jersey, where
hey, gosh, the machines don't work in places where a certain party happens to be more prevalent. This is a really, it isn't like the electricity not working or the water not working. It is like, this is a fundamental civil right. Yeah. And it is disturbing the extent to which, there's been a acceptance of, I'll just call it incompetence at best, and it's just not acceptable. So this DOJ is monitoring what's happening on this off-cycle election day, and we may be taking legal action after today.
So Secretary Steve Hobbs here in Washington said that the information that you're asking for, at least in part, he says, is protected under Washington law. Specifically, he says he'll give you, genders, addresses, years of birth, voting records, registration dates, things like that. But what he's unwilling to provide the DOJ with is specifically the full birth date and Social Security numbers. Is the DOJ...
Fine.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, fine, we'll see him in court. That's dumb. Guess who issues the Social Security numbers? The federal government does.
Yeah.
Who are you keeping secrets from? That is stupid, and we will definitely be taking action to enforce our federal civil rights laws.
In the interim, before that, or maybe even during, is the DOJ willing to accept the information that they have and then just put it throughout whatever auditing system that you can put it throughout? I mean, to your point, obviously the federal government hands out the Social Security numbers.
No.
Is that not possible?
No, it's not. It's not sufficient. It's America. It's a big country. There are over 300 million people. There are people with similar names. It is not effective for us to do the vetting necessary to have a list of people's names and their genders. That doesn't do it. People have, you could run somebody's names through Facebook and get 19 results. That's not helpful. We want to be precise. If we're cleaning up the voter rolls, we want to make sure it's the person in question. I respect the people's voting rights on the side of cleaning up the rolls as well. I don't want to be responsible for taking somebody off the voting rolls in a state where it's a mistaken identity. That's why I need all the relevant information.
Yeah, precisely. I wish people would be a little bit more honest about this. We're talking with Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon. At the same time, I had an exclusive story a couple of weeks ago that I know caught your office's attention at the University of Washington. For professors to be hired there, they had to submit in their applications, they're required to submit diversity statements that in one case asked them to describe their identity, positionality, experience, and commitment to DE&I. After we called this out and it got some attention over at Fox News, lo and behold, they come back and say, whoa, we didn't do anything wrong, but we're going to remove it from the application process. When you've got a college like the University of Washington making those kinds of asks, is this the kind of thing that looks bad but is potentially legal? Is it flatly illegal? How does the DOJ look at claims like that?
Well, at this point, it's our view that taking race and gender or sex into consideration in offering admissions or benefits of employment is illegal. It's just un-American, and it violates our federal equal protection and our federal civil rights laws. The Supreme Court has had a line of cases on this. It's pretty clear. And it's 2025 in America. This is not the 1960s. And so we have no, wink, wink, nudge, nudge on that. It's a way to discriminate against whites, men, Asians, and it's un-American. It's wrong, and we don't accept it.
How prevalent do you think this is? Obviously, you've been taking a dive into universities and college campuses more broadly as it relates to civil rights. Are you seeing a lot of these kinds of questionable moves?
It's pervasive. It's absolutely pervasive, and high and low, down to community colleges and elementary schools, up to Harvard and the Ivies. It's pervasive, and we are taking aim at the elite institutions and hoping there'll be a trickle down aspect to this. But I'm taking aim at some mid-tier institutions as well. We don't have the staffing, frankly, to go after the 6,000 plus institutions that are getting federal funding, and so. We do have other, there's groups out there that are helping us do our work, and we appreciate the media efforts that help us highlight some of these things. We send letters, we ask questions, but ultimately this is going to have to be, a partnership between private and public to root this out everywhere that it exists. And every American citizen is entitled to a fair shot at a job and a fair shot based on their merits and their accomplishments at admissions in higher education.
Do you have concern that, to the point that you just made, like staffing reality is a staffing reality, and in a perfect world you would have endless numbers of staff members, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. We don't know.
Well, I don't think I want endless numbers of government workers. I definitely do not put me down for that.
Yeah, DOJ might step in at that point. But obviously staffing is what staffing is. Do you have concern that just because of how long these cases take, that it's going to stretch out forever, and then the next administration is not going to be able to continue the work that you're doing?
No, I don't know about that. I mean, we have a shutdown right now. I think we're actually, by the end of this year, going to see a very substantial amount of progress on the college front. I'm really proud of the work that we've done. We have absolutely, in just a few months, less than 8 months in office, made huge leaps, huge strides, I think historic strides in changing our nation's perspective on some of these fundamental civil rights issues. It's just actually historic. And so I think it's going to be a signature accomplishment of year one of the Trump administration that we have revolutionized admissions and employment in higher education. And we'll turn to other challenges in ensuing years. No, we're not going to be dragging this out for 4 years.
Perfect. Do you like what you do? Are you enjoying this? It feels like, of all the people who really likes to just dig into the nitty gritty, it's Harmeet Dillon.
I love it. Every day is great. And by the way, to be clear, it's a team effort. It's a team sport. I'm surrounded by happy warriors who left their cushy jobs and their well-paid jobs and brought their wives and their husbands from all over real America to the swamp. And we just love what we're doing. We're going to do a great job, leave it all on the field, and then go back to our private lives. That's who I'm working with here in the DOJ Civil Rights Division.
I love it. And that's why you guys are going to be getting even more results, and we look forward to it. You're still getting some time, though, in the gardening world, correct?
Garden is kind of looking a little ragged, to be very frank with you, but now it's more knitting season, and so I'm cranking out hats. I try to post pictures. I travel quite a bit. Whenever I'm in my bag always has knitting with it, and I do try to keep a balance in my life. So, yes.
Love it. Again, we've been talking with Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the DOJ, Harmeet Dillon. Thank you so much, as always, for giving us some time. I know you're busy, even during a shutdown, so really do appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Of course. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. LegacyG.com is the place to go to check out our sponsor, Legacy Group Capital. They lend money. They average double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years, and they develop local real estate. So contact them to find out why 1,300-plus local investors have invested $350 million. LegacyG.com. When we come back, some closing remarks ahead of tonight's special election coverage. We've got that and more when we return on The Jason Rantz Show.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. I started seeing Dr. Nick Kugler of the Washington Center for Sleep almost a year ago, and I am upset with myself for not going to him sooner because, like so many of you, I struggled with sleep, and it was making me cranky. I was getting brain fog, very low energy, but ultimately not getting restorative sleep. Staying asleep throughout the night, getting that good deep sleep shaves years off of our lives. For me, it was snoring. For you, it might be snoring or sleep apnea. It doesn't matter because he's got treatment that can help, including a sleep appliance that you wear at night. It helps keeps your jaw in a position where you're not snoring as much and the sleep apnea is not bothering you as much. Again, this is what I do. And the good news is this time of year, as the doctors heard from many of his customers, his patients, the thing is, you might have already hit your deductible. And for the patients who have, because this is covered by insurance and they're in network with the major medical insurance providers, the at-home sleep test, the office visit, the sleep appliance itself was free. It's basically free treatment to get better sleep right now. And even if you haven't hit your deductible, the doctor says a lot of times patients are spending under $500 to get better sleep. I tell you this with all sincerity, the best decision I made was going to the Washington Center for Sleep. WASleep.com. It's WASleep.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. When it comes to the technology that the IRS is using, they're updating systems that haven't been updated in decades. And while that might sound great for them, it's usually bad for the taxpayer who owes.
It is. And their systems, unfortunately, they're just legacy systems. If you try to make an inquiry on some things, it's like you got to know how to use programming language to find it. But they are working on updating that system. And I hope that really they do, because they'll serve us better, the taxpayer better, and get things done quicker. The other thing they're doing is AI, just like every organization. So they're already using it to some extent to put in profile of certain things that they want to look for in a taxpayer and find those people and go after them or see what's going on, why they're not getting their money.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Bring in Jason Rantz, Seattle Red 770 AM host, and also SeattleRed.com. Jason, great to have you with us.
Jason, Seattle is just continually ground zero.
Yeah, and this is really the Pacific Northwest is ground zero for all this nonsense.
USA Today is mocking the far left.
The quick hit.
So perhaps, just perhaps, things aren't going to go the way that I expect, and that would be a pleasant surprise. We're looking around the country today. We're really only paying super close attention to elections, obviously here in Washington, but also on the East Coast, specifically New York, Virginia, New Jersey. And unfortunately, the way that the system works here in Washington State, the data dump that we get each and every day is extremely delayed. And I like to dive into the numbers as it relates to turnout. And the reality is, based on the last day of data we got, which was yesterday, so not all the votes that were sent in yesterday are part of this at all, but we're only sitting statewide at 19% voter turnout. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Now, we know that a lot of people vote the last day. They tend to be progressive voters. And we're basically at King County, we are matching what's happening at the state level. King County is 19.54%, which again is just really, really, really bad. But that's really good for Katie Wilson. And that's why I asked both Katie Wilson and Bruce Harrell in this hour, how are they feeling based on the turnout? And it is low. And, let's give a shout out at least as a percentage, not necessarily the raw number of voters. But let's give a shout out to some of the counties that have really stepped up so far. It's still too low, but they've stepped up in Aston, in Clallam, Spokane, Columbia, Jefferson, Garfield, Wahkiakum, Mason. They've stepped up and really voted. Unfortunately, though, like I said, outside of Spokane and kind of Clallam County, those are small districts that have showed up. I mean, kudos to Pend Oreille. You only have about 11,000 voters there that have, 24% returning your ballots. That's really low. Pierce County is the worst right now in the entire state as a percentage of ballots returned at just a little under 13%. Pierce County is the lowest, followed by Franklin, Grays Harbor, Grant, Yakima, Snohomish. That's not good. But the reason why I say maybe I'm going to be wrong about all of this, and it's not going to be this leftist, far leftist surge here, is that in New York, where they have better control over putting out information, the data, voter turnout hit a 2-decade high. Now, you can read that in two different ways. And, let's not let our bias get in the way, but obviously I don't want Mamdani to win there. But I find it hard to believe that the Cuomo contingent of voters are just so enthusiastic about him. But what could happen, what's more likely is that it's a lot of younger progressive voters who are excited and they're voting for Mamdani. But what could happen is that the message really finally hit New Yorkers of, oh my God, he's going to be mayor. I really need to take this more seriously. This is an existential threat to the, future economy of New York. Let me go ahead and vote. I wasn't going to vote. I don't like Andrew Cuomo, or I was maybe going to vote for Curtis Sliwa, but that's a wasted vote. Let me go out and vote against Mamdani voting for Cuomo. Maybe that's the case, but we know that at least as of mid-afternoon, it was 1.4 million people who had already cast ballots in the mayoral election. 1.4 million, and that's the highest turnout since 2001. And I know, looking at the poll, like we talked about some of the results, but we'll see where things head. Not even just in New York, but New Jersey, Virginia, getting the most updated numbers to see where things tighten. And they're not likely going to be tightened any more than where I've already said tonight. We'll have live coverage from Fox News starting in under 10 minutes from now. We'll get their coverage and get the most up-to-date numbers. But obviously, looking at the numbers coming in, there's some concern, but there's also at least some silver lining. We won't know all of that until tomorrow. The reality is, we've got a lot on the line here in Washington State. We have a ton right here in Washington State that actually matter. Now, every election matters, but some elections matter more than others to individuals. What happens in a water commissioner or land commissioner race in Sultan, the gem of Snohomish County, or the Snohomish County, council races, that matters. It's incredibly important if you live in the county. But let's say you live in Franklin County, it probably doesn't matter as much to you. But sometimes there are races that do really matter, even if you can't vote in it, and even if you live, a 3-hour drive away. Right now, Chad Mongindons in Legislative District 5 and Michelle Caldier in Legislative District 26, they're running in the special elections for state senate. And their races will determine if just one of them wins. We want both of them to win, but if just one of them wins, you see the end of the supermajority in Olympia, where Democrats have taken advantage to pass more and more and more crazy surges in taxes. Now, you might not live in, say, Issaquah or in Ravensdale or Enumclaw. Maybe you're listening right now and you live in Centralia or Bellingham. Maybe you're out in Kelso. Well, you're impacted by whether or not Chad Mongindons or Michelle Caldier win. Because if they win a surge in taxes won't happen in this next legislative session, or very unlikely to happen in the next legislative session, and you'll be protected. But all of a sudden, bam, both of those Republican candidates lose. Well, the person who's listening right now on Bainbridge Island or is listening in Battleground, well, all of a sudden, that really matters. You're impacted because of a bad decision that was made, or two bad decisions that were made, hundreds of miles away. And so that's why I always say it's not just on all of us to make sure that we turn in our ballots, which of course is incredibly important. I hope you all do that. I hope you turn it in. Don't put it in a mailbox. Put it in a drop box. You have until 8 p.m. to do that. Put it in a drop box, or go ahead and go to one of the many elections offices. That's the best and only way you can do it at this point if you actually want your ballots to count, to be cast and counted. That's the only way you can do it. But it can't just be about you turning in your own ballot. I turned in my ballot. Jackson turned in his ballot. It's on all of us to now ask for others to do the same. You know the people in your life who haven't voted or generally don't vote. Maybe they think the system is rigged. Maybe they think it doesn't really matter because they're outnumbered, and they're certainly outnumbered in most cases. But especially when we're talking about tight races with a lot on the line, that's on you to make sure that you're at least doing something. Making a phone call, sending a text to encourage them, going over to their home and just saying, hey, I can vote for you if you want. Not vote literally, but take your ballot and put it in the ballot box for you. If you've got parents, grandparents, kids of voting age who are in that camp who haven't yet turned in that ballot, that's on you now to step up and do that work for them. Is it a pain in the backside? Yeah, it is. Believe me, I get it. But it's necessary. So please make sure you get your ballots in. You have just 2 hours left to do it. Coming up in just a few moments at the top of the hour, Fox News will continue live national coverage of the elections. And if you want to see me on TV, I'm kind of going into the lion's den. I'm doing live coverage this evening starting at 11. It's late for CNN. Yeah, that'll be fun. Follow me on social media throughout the night for my reactions to all of the results that come through. Head on over to SeattleRed.com as well. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. We will see you tomorrow.
Hey, Seattle, it's Dana Lash.
Hey, Seattle, it's Guy Benson. It is an honor to be part of the next chapter as we continue to build our movement in Seattle.
I love Seattle Red because it's such a bold step, creating an even bigger voice.
Seattle Red is exactly what we need right now. Join us at Seattle Red on 770.
SeattleRed.com.
And the Seattle Red app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com
Oh, I'm ready!
and get ready for the workday.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BUs.
This is a Fox News Alert. Results trickling in. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 9 o'clock in the East, and polls have now closed in New York City. Democratic candidate Zoran Mamdani is leading his race against former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent. The question in this high turnout election is whether Republican Curtis Sliwa will act as Cuomo's spoiler.
The 34-year-old is promising to make New York City more affordable, which is the top issue for people. Free buses, freezing the rent. But former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is running as an independent, says the Democratic Socialist is making empty promises. Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa promising to put public safety first if he's elected.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in Brooklyn. In New Jersey, the Fox News decision desk believes that Democrat Mikey Sherrill now has a solid lead. She's facing Republican Jack Ciattarelli. The seat is open as current Governor Phil Murphy is term limited.
The top issue in this race has long been affordability, but President Trump looms large in this race as well, and that's because President Trump had his biggest improvements in 2024 right here in New Jersey. It swung his way 10 points, even though he lost the state, but he flipped 5 counties.
Fox's Brian Yennis in Virginia. Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger told supporters they sent a clear message.
We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship.
And the Fox News decision desk can now project Democratic State Senator Ghazala Hashmi will serve as Virginia's next lieutenant governor. At least 3 people have died, 11 hurt when a UPS cargo plane crashed and exploded on takeoff from the company's aviation hub in Louisville, Kentucky. Governor Andy Beshear says the plane crashed at about 5:15 p.m. as it was departing for Honolulu. America is listening to Fox News.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today, and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Think getting older means falling apart? Well, think again. Discover your real options with Leading Edge Medicine every Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Join Dr. Jerry Mixon and my doctor, Dr. Samira Umat, live on Seattle Red as they answer your health questions and share cutting-edge strategies to help you take control of your aging journey. Don't settle for just getting older. Choose how you age with Leading Edge Medicine. Tune into Seattle Red on 770, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
Well, storm season kicked off with a bang. An estimated 300,000 Western Washington residents lost power during a windstorm that registered wind gusts up to 65 miles an hour. Jason Rantz here. If you're one of those people who have a generator, your power was restored almost instantly, and you rode out that storm safely. If you didn't, well, you most likely dealt with a major interruption to daily life and, at worst, a medical emergency. The Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound, they want to help you be prepared for that next inevitable power outage. Storms, strong winds, icy weather can hit any time, but you can be ready with backup power that you can trust. Less stress and steady power. Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound is dedicated to helping keep families safe, comfortable, and prepared with reliable home standby power. 360-850-0000. Give them a call or stop by their showroom in Linwood and check out their selection and see what's right for you and your home. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a Good2Go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A Good2Go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at Good2Go167.com.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
I'm trying to understand what's happening right now with some of these proposals.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. The all-new SeattleRed.com. A new experience for Seattle conservatives.
Other results also in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Ghazala Hashmi is projected by the Fox News Decision Desk to become the next lieutenant governor. She is the Democrat in that race. That will represent another flip, as Republican Winsome Earl-Sears is currently the lieutenant governor. And that closely watched attorney general race, Democrat Jay Jones against Republican Jason Miyares, remains too close to call. We do not have a projection from the Fox News Decision Desk. Still about 25% of the vote is outstanding, with the Democrat Jay Jones holding on to so far a narrow lead. Another big race getting a lot of attention is in New York City, which is always top of mind for so many folks around the country. And they're going to get a new mayor. And Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has been covering this race that has really been, in many ways, a fascinating view into the state of the Democratic Party. President Trump getting involved in this race. What are our expectations here, Tanya?
Jared, this race has actually been responsible for making me say a sentence I never thought I would say, which is that President Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo in the race, and that is just something I didn't have on my bingo card.
Did Cuomo
sure.
respond? Did he accept that endorsement?
It was kind of a backhanded endorsement.
It's an unusual arrangement.
A little bit a lot unusual. Jess, as you mentioned too, that voter turnout dramatically increased for this race as far as years past. It is on track, the turnout, to surpass 2 million for the first time since 1969. That's when Mayor John Lindsay won re-election. Fun fact: the unofficial motto of Lindsay's campaign: He is fresh and everyone else is tired. It was taken from a newspaper columnist. That's the same vibe a lot of voters may have had regarding Zoran Mamdani in this race. His supporters tend to be younger. Those younger voters have been turning out for him, especially in those get out the vote rallies and door knocking and everything else. Sunday, the final day of early voting, saw more voters under 35 cast ballots than in the first weekend combined. That's according to the Board of Elections in the city. Wow. That brought that median age of early in-person voters down to 50. So that kind of gives you an idea of the amount of younger voters that were lining up to cast ballots. If Mamdani wins, he would be the city's first Muslim mayor and its youngest leader in generations. He just turned 34, is younger than his competitors, former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa, by at least 3 decades.
He's younger than me, too. What is driving the turnout? Is it excitement about Mamdani? Is it anti-Mamdani? I mean, what are voters saying is kind of bringing them to the polls in these record numbers?
I mean, it's probably some of both, honestly. I mean, you've gotten a lot of the Gen Z vote. He did a really good job of getting the Gen Z folks, not organized is one way to put it, but galvanized, honestly. And that's what we've seen over and over in the past few months. I mean, he did a lot of different outreach things that are not just your typical, hey, come to a political rally. This guy staged a scavenger hunt, a citywide scavenger hunt. They printed up like 500, this was in August, they printed up about 500 cards that they used for this. They were gone in 15 minutes. That's how many people showed up to participate in this on like a random Sunday when they said, hey, we're going to have a scavenger hunt. Come enjoy this with us. And tons of people turned out, a lot of those younger supporters. Mamdani has also, by the way, said he will keep the NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch in that role if he's elected mayor. She's indicated she would stay. That was a big question, because he had once called the department some names, including racist. He had supported defunding it. He has since disavowed those positions. But it seems that also was kind of one of the things that he got out in the recent days, was that he wanted her to stay in as a commissioner if he is elected. That may have also put some people over the line for Mamdani as well.
And Tanya, I remember hearing Cuomo shout into a bullhorn, I think after Sunday, after President Trump's remarks that he would support a bad Democrat over a communist, as he put it, saying, and Cuomo himself said, we will fight Donald Trump. When you watched this race unfold and you saw everybody, especially Mamdani, speaking about President Trump, talking about what he would do to fight against President Trump, did you feel or get a sense that animus was more motivating than the discussions, say, about like affordability and freezing rents, or was it both? Would you think voters were doubly motivated?
It may have had a little of both in there. Mamdani's, platform has centered around affordability. He kept it pretty simple. He said he wanted there to be fast, free buses in New York City, wanted to freeze the rent on certain, rent-regulated apartments. That's not all of them in New York City, just to be clear. Kept it. He said he wanted there to be universal child care. I mean, these are things that, appeal to the economic situation that is going on in the greater country right now, but especially here in New York City, where it's extremely expensive to live in the first place. If you've got somebody saying these are the, simple things that I would like to implement, and it's not, some platform people can't get their head around, or it's too political or too wonky or whatever. He didn't do that. He said, I want there to be free buses. I want there to be universal child care. I want there to be this, that. I mean, it was not a long list of policy positions. And I think that resonated with a lot of people who, are, currently paying extremely high prices for everything from groceries to rent and so on. You mentioned the bad Democrat versus a communist comment from Trump. Just to be clear, Zoran Mamdani is a democratic socialist, not a communist. But that has kind of also sort of taken hold. I think a lot of folks have, and there have, by the way, been Trump voters who have said, in different interviews that I've seen here in town. I have not personally spoken to some of these people, but I've seen them interviewed, and they have said that they would rather vote for Cuomo. Also, there's no telling how many people are just sitting home and thinking, okay, well, yeah, I don't really like any of the choices. There's no way to measure that, but you kind of got to wonder if that's also know what's going on too.
Cuomo did say in response to that sort of quasi-endorsement from President Trump that he didn't see it was an endorsement as much as the president is against Mamdani. And it's clear that President Trump is. He has threatened that federal aid could be cut drastically if Mamdani becomes mayor. He says he wouldn't put, in his words, good money after bad, and that New York would only get federal funding that is absolutely required by law. So it absolutely shows how this race has taken an outsized role here in Washington. Certainly President Trump is a famous New Yorker, a former New Yorker, but remains very close to the polls. They're also notable that there is a Republican in this race in Curtis Sliwa, and President Trump has been very critical of Sliwa staying in this race, Tanya.
He has. I mean, this is, I honestly, I don't follow politics as much as you do, Jared, especially, and you, Jess, but I've never heard of a Republican, or I guess a Democratic candidate, either one, saying, by the way, I don't want you to vote for the Republican in this race. I want you to vote for the other guy. That is just not something that we normally see. Yet in this case, that's what Trump basically said. He said a vote for Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani. He has also, by the way, if you'll recall, threatened to withhold federal funding from New York City if Mamdani is elected. There's also the congestion pricing that NYC put into effect, in the last year, that he has said as of a couple of days ago that he wanted the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, to, get into again as well. He sort of talked about that in the past, about them saying, okay, well, we're going to do away with that from the federal level. We're not going to allow you to have congestion pricing. That's kind of been one of the things that we've heard from time to time. So it remains to be seen if he carries out those threats, no matter who wins. But he has definitely gotten involved in this race.
100%. Tanya, thank you. Gernal, thank you. No race call yet in New York City, but the Democrat, Zohan Mamdani, leads with about 38% of the vote in. He's just over that 50% threshold. On the other side of the Hudson River, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill continues to lead the Republican in that race. We do have a race call in Virginia where former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger will become the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We will talk about that race, the landscape in Virginia, when we return. Stay with us. This is Democracy 2025. It is election night on Fox News Radio and the Fox News app.
Health insurance is broken, but it doesn't have to be. That's why Scan Health Plan was founded as a nonprofit, so we can create Medicare Advantage plans that focus on the real needs of seniors. We've been people first since 1977, and we're here to make Medicare work hard for you, because you deserve more than a broken system. You deserve a plan that fights for you. Visit scandifference.org to learn more. Scan Health Plan is an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Scan Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple 1-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey, Seattle, it's Dana Lash.
Hey, Seattle, it's Guy Benson. It is an honor to be part of the next chapter as we continue to build our movement in Seattle.
I love Seattle Red because it's such a bold step, creating an even bigger voice.
Seattle Red is exactly what we need right now. Join us at Seattle Red on 770.
SeattleRed.com.
And the Seattle Red app.
Some shocking and not so shocking results in yesterday's election. We'll take you through all the implications today. It starts at 3 on the Jason Rantz Show.
Welcome back to Fox News Radio's coverage of Democracy 2025. I'm Jessica Rosenthal along with Jared Halpern. We're tracking all the results tonight out of New Jersey and Virginia's races for governor, along with the New York mayor's race and more. California's voting on redistricting. We do have some results to share. Former Virginia Congresswoman and Democrat Abigail Spanberger has beat Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears in Virginia to be the next governor. With most precincts in, she was ahead by about 12 points. Lieutenant Governor's race, Ghazala Hashmi, the Democrat, beat the Republican John Reed. We are still waiting on results in the Attorney General race. Jay Jones, the Democrat, was ahead of Republican Attorney General Jason Miyares by just a few points. So things could change and still shake out there. The Fox News decision desk also says that in New Jersey, Democrat Mikey Sherrill has a solid lead, and Zoran Mamdani has a healthy lead as well in New York's mayor's race. Now, back to Virginia. We're joined now by the host of the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio, Guy Benson. Thank you so much for joining us, Guy. I just want to start with Jay Jones in Virginia, given how close this race is, and just to remind our listeners here briefly, text messages surfaced during this campaign from Jay Jones, the Democratic candidate for Attorney General, revealing that just a few years ago he'd wished physical harm and violence on a Republican colleague and his family, his children. No Democrat, including Abigail Spanberger, pulled their endorsement of Jones. He recently appeared at rallies with Spanberger and with former President Barack Obama. Guy, I'm just wondering what you make of the closeness of the race at this stage.
Well, I mean, it's pretty dark, especially because based on the Spanberger performance and just the trajectory of the race, I know we haven't called it yet, but if I were a betting man, I would bet a lot that Jay Jones is going to win this race. So, again, not official yet, but the man whose actions you just described, at least some of his actions, will be, in all likelihood, the next Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Virginia. This comes on top of a conviction that he had recently for extremely reckless driving, and then a scandal on top of that where there are questions about whether he actually fraudulently served his so-called sentence on community service, where he spent hundreds of hours volunteering apparently for his own political action committee to fulfill that sentence, and then he would be the top law enforcement, will be likely the top law enforcement official in the state of Virginia. His opponent, the incumbent Republican Jason Miyares, had made the point, given his stated desire to put 2 bullets in a Republican politician's head and also kill that man's 2 young children, he wondered aloud to voters, how could Jay Jones ever comfort a grieving mother, for example, whose child might have been caught up in violence or killed in some sort of horrible incident, given his callousness and the things that he said. We saw when these revelations came to light, the race changed pretty dramatically. Miyares actually sped into the lead in a number of polls, but he never really pulled fully away, and the bottom never dropped out for Jay Jones. He fell behind by a couple of points, but never far enough behind that his party decided to cut him loose, and never far enough behind that he couldn't be pulled across by a Democratic blue wave tonight, which is exactly what appears to be building here and crashing across the state, with Jay Jones with it. So I would say, broadly speaking, guys, looking ahead at tonight, talking to some friends.
I'm going to cut you off real quick there,
Sure.
Guy. We have a Fox News Decision Desk projection now. Mikey Sherrill will become the Democratic governor of New Jersey. Sherrill now defeating Republican Jack Ciattarelli, whom President Trump had endorsed in May. The Republicans had high hopes that Ciattarelli could deliver an upset after a close loss 4 years ago. But again, the Fox News Decision Desk projecting Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill will become the next Democratic governor of New Jersey in a race that so far does not appear to have that close margin that we saw just 4 years ago.
Guy,
Yes.
let's follow up with that. Actually, I know we're talking about Virginia, but let's get, because you were just talking about the notion of this possible, what appears to be a blue wave crashing here. It looks like Cheryl might have won by double digits. It's still not final, but that's where we're at. I mean, your reaction.
Yeah, so I was actually in the process of talking to some friends and colleagues and experts and other people on the ground in these 2 states, and I was getting the sense that there was a real chance that we would see basically a blue sweep. The one thing I was holding out significant hope for as a conservative was the Attorney General's race in Virginia, which I think is a domino that is going to fall here eventually. But to New Jersey, yeah, this is going to be a really tough uphill battle for Jack Ciattarelli. Yes, he gave the incumbent 4 years ago, Phil Murphy, Democratic governor, a real scare in that race. It was an 8-point lead for the Democrat going into election night, and it was a less than 3% victory margin for Murphy 4 years ago. Part of that, I think, is because Jack Ciattarelli caught the Democrats napping a little bit in New Jersey, and also Joe Biden had just been elected president. Afghanistan had just happened. You saw inflation starting to bite. There was a move away from the White House incumbent party, which is what almost always happens both in Virginia and in New Jersey. So this year, Ciattarelli was not going to catch anyone asleep at the wheel for the Democrats. They knew the level of threat that he could potentially pose based on 4 years ago. And then on top of that, you have Donald Trump having just won last year. And we see voters in the Commonwealth of Virginia and the state of New Jersey. I grew up in Jersey. I live in Virginia. These voters almost always, with very few exceptions going back decades and decades, they basically rebel. Voters rebel against the party that has just won in D.C. So Chitterelli had to try to make the case that a desire for change in New Jersey after years of Democratic rule, basically under Murphy, that would supersede other messages around Trump and the national environment. Chitterelli gave it an energetic shot. He was everywhere. He fought hard. I think he worked very hard, but it wasn't enough. And there were some, indications that the race was very close. Democrats seemed nervous about it. They kept pumping money into it. The New York Times earlier said that both parties felt like it was going to be very, very competitive. We'll see what the final margin is, but very clearly, both in Virginia and in New Jersey, the national picture trumped everything else. They say all politics is local. I'm not sure that's true right now in the United States. All politics for a while has felt national. And given the historical trends and that reality that I just described, a pretty blue-tinted evening across the board is not a surprise at all.
And Guy, in like 30 seconds or a minute, just your reaction to Winsome Earle-Sears' campaign. She focused a lot on cultural issues, while a lot of Virginians work for the federal government, especially in those northern counties, and they were experiencing DOGE cuts, they were experiencing layoffs. Was the focus correct? Or was it, as you said, the national picture anyway?
Yeah, a lot of it is national. We're in the middle of a shutdown that the Democrats have caused, but a lot of the government workers tend to blame Republicans anyway. Sears, I liked her. I think she's an interesting person with a really cool life story, but was not a terribly great candidate and did not have that moment to exploit that Youngkin had. Glenn Youngkin, now the governor of Virginia, 4 years ago. He took advantage of that, also had that better national environment that helped push him over the top. She did not.
Guy Benson, thank you so much for joining us. We'll leave it there for now. We'll be back with more results, including right now we know Abigail Spanberger's won the race in Virginia. She's the Democratic candidate, and the Democratic candidate in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill. We're calling the race for her as well. You are listening to Fox News Radio, Democracy 2025.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You don't want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom. Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Some shocking and not so shocking results in yesterday's election. We'll take you through all the implications today. It starts at 3 on the Jason Rantz Show.
Download your favorite podcasts. Now, back to Complete Democracy 2025 coverage of Election Night on Fox News Radio.
Welcome back to Democracy 2025 Election Night on Fox News Radio and the Fox News app. I am Jared Halpern, joined by Jessica Rosenthal. So let's dive a little deeper now on New Jersey, where the Fox News decision desk has been able to project that Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill is now the governor-elect of New Jersey, winning, so far it would appear, by a double-digit lead. This was a race that pitted her against the Republican Jack Ciattarelli, who was making his third bid for the governor's mansion. Joining us, Republican Matt Gorman, Chief Communications Officer at Targeted Victory, and Democrat Richard Fowler, the host of the Richard Fowler Show. Let me start with you, Richard, with just this question. What went right for Sherrill tonight?
Look, I do think part of this was a ground game by the Sherrill campaign. I think the same could be said for Spanberger. And to be frank, the same could be said for what's likely going to be a victory for Zohran Mamdani in New York, is going to their voters and really having a conversation with them about affordability and making sure that their voters turned out in a moment when the country is experiencing the Trump administration up close and personal with one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
And that certainly speaks, I think, to how these races have been nationalized. Matt, I'll kind of bring the same question to you. I think Ciattarelli surprised an awful lot of folks 4 years ago, coming within, 3 or 4 points of Governor Murphy. Does not appear that he's going to have that close a race this time around. Does that speak about the landscape of the state of New Jersey for Republicans, or is this just a moment in time where Democrats had a lot going for them?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean,
I'm very surprised at the margin. I figured it'd be an uphill battle for Chitterelli, but somewhere in the mid single digits, not could be as high as 10 plus. I think the base came home. I mean, you're looking at those gains that President Trump made last year, and Latino voters and voters of color, they went the other way this time. And I think one of the things that Republicans need to buckle down and focus on, because there are some toss-up House races possibly there next year in New Jersey, is we got to get those people that vote for Donald Trump in the presidential years out in non-presidential years as well.
Let me hold you right there, Matt, because we do have a new projection from the Fox News Decision Desk. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that New York City will elect Democratic Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani as its next mayor. He becomes the first Muslim mayor of the city, its youngest mayor in more than a century. He is also the city's next Democratic socialist mayor. So again, not a big surprise that Mamdani now projected to win that New York City mayor's race. Right now, he is sitting at just above 50% of the vote. I know that is a number that a lot of political watchers are focused on to see if he can crack that 50% threshold and maybe take a mandate, if you want to call it that, to the governor to try and get a lot of his agenda done. So, Matt, I'll just go to you as you were speaking there about New Jersey for your quick takeaway there on what we are announcing here in New York City.
As expected, but really underscores the fact that the energy, the money, is on the far left of the Democratic Party. And really going forward into tomorrow, right? If there was, the old Time or Newsweek covers, what's on the front cover tomorrow morning? Is it Sheryl Spanberger or is it Zohran Mamdani? I think, that battle will be fought in the weeks and months and a year or so to come. But there's no denying as we go into 2026 and 2028, if you want the money, if you want the energy in the Democratic Party, it's with folks like Zohran Mamdani.
Well, let's bring in Richard Fowler on that point, because, Richard, obviously, Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger are not from the same wing of the Democratic Party as Zohran Mamdani. All of them having success tonight. Where is the Democratic Party?
Well, look, I want to say a couple. I think there's two things here. I think, one, the Democratic Party should caution themselves this evening over being over jubilant about the wins tonight, because I do think this is happening in spite of the Democratic infrastructure. I think this is about voters sort of speaking more so than the Democratic infrastructure speaking. And I think this brings us to this New York mayor's race, right? Because I think what Republicans have tried to do is frame this as, oh, goodness, New York has elected a socialist, without really looking at the ground game that was deployed by the Mamdani campaign. And I think it's one that's rather impressive, right? I mean, not only did we see him go to parts of the city that Democratic candidates had never been to, including yesterday evening, over the weekend at a, late in the evening at a gay bar. But we also saw him organize the Black community in a new way, going to the Haitian community, going to the Ghanaian community, really breaking down these communities in their silos and saying, I'm going after every vote. I'm going to every meeting that you invite me to, and I'm going to hear your concerns. That's not a socialist agenda. That's a candidate that says, I want to represent every voter who lives in my constituency. And I think that's what makes Zohran a winner today, and that's why the numbers look the way that they do. But I think the same can also be said about what's actually also taking place in Virginia. In Virginia, because of the impact that the shutdown had on many of the voters in the state, Abigail Spanberger was able to go throughout the state in various communities and have these sort of kitchen table conversations about affordability, about housing, about the cost of energy with everyday Virginians. And that's what changed the course of this race. On the other side of that, you had her opponent, Winsome Earl-Sears, which was talking about these cultural war issues that Republicans have centered around to demagogue Democrats. But when Democrats are talking about affordability and all of these races, they beat Republicans. But this is not a reason for the Democratic Party or the infrastructure to be sort of over-celebrating tonight, because then there's work that they've got to do to ensure that they produce more messaging that sounds like these three candidates than that sounds like a lot of the folks from the leadership in the House of Representatives.
Richard, I have a question for you based on what you just said about the work that needs to be done. it sounds like Democrats are going to be happy after this evening, including looking at the Virginia Attorney General's race if Jay Jones wins that as well. Do Democrats still need to find a leader? Do they still need leadership, to your point about what's left here, and not to be too overzealous or overexcited?
Well, I actually think the Democratic leadership is actually their voters. And I think what happened in this last election and what happened in the presidential election is Democrats were trying to tell their voters, believe what I say, don't believe what's happening at your kitchen table. Believe what I say and don't believe the realities at the gas pump. Believe what I say and don't believe the realities at the grocery store. And I think and that just didn't work for their constituency. I think what you see in these three races are three different candidates from three different walks of life who are all talking to their voters about the issues that are keeping people up at night, right? And I think that is happening in the backdrop of the Trump administration that, by all intents and means and purposes, have been overzealous with their utilization of executive power, whether it's the expansion of ICE, whether it be how they're dealing with SNAP benefits in this moment, on and on and on.
Matt, let me bring you in finally here, as we are now less than a year away from the midterm elections, because political geeks like me are always looking ahead to the next election night. What does tonight tell us about Republican messaging and finding distance or not finding distance from President Trump?
I think it remains to be seen even what the battlefield looks like in the midterms next year. Obviously, we know the Senate battlegrounds. But look, when I was at the NRCC, which is in charge of House campaigns for Republicans back in 2018, the battleground was 40, 50-ish seats.
We could see not 20, that many anymore, is it?
No way. 20, 25 maybe when redistricting's through. The biggest tell for the midterms, in my opinion, is going to be the California proposition, when that will likely passes. That's going to supercharge the urgency in both parties of these states to start redrawing some of these maps. And again, that will shrink the battlefield to a handful and change of seats in the House.
All right, Matt Gorman, Richard Fowler, appreciate both of you joining us. We do have a new projection from the Fox News Decision Desk. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Democrat Jay Jones will become Virginia's next Attorney General, defeating Republican incumbent Jason Miyares. In October, Jones apologized for text messages he had sent where he imagined putting 2 bullets in the head of a Republican lawmaker and then wishing the death of that lawmaker's children. So again, the Fox News Decision Desk projecting that Democrat Jay Jones will become Virginia's next Attorney General. Stay with us. More results, more analysis as we dig deeper into the New York City mayor's race. You are listening to Election Night, Democracy 2025 on Fox News Radio in the Fox News app.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
What a good move I made. Let me tell you a quick story. I've done a whole bunch of races and a bunch of other stuff like that, and my left hip started bothering me about 5 years ago. And I go to the doctor, and he's like, you need a hip replacement. I was like, I'm 60. Yeah, we're going to ask you to wait a little while because we don't want you to wear the hip out. We want you and the hip to go into the grave at the same time. I said, what do you do about all this pain? Well, you could, aspirin, and you could continue to do this and that and, sleep with a pillow between your legs. I was like, no, I don't want to do this. Then I was talking to Bob Stelton over there at the sports department. So he went to Dr. Mark Wagner, and I think he had his hip done as well. So I go in there. I said to Dr. Wagner, can you fix my hip? Takes a look at the MRI. Yes. So I got the stem cell procedure. I'm telling you something. This is the best. If you've been thinking about, surgery for your knee, or your wrist, your shoulder, or hip. No. Check out Dr. Mark Wagner and go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS, you're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution. Some shocking and not so shocking results in yesterday's election. We'll take you through all the implications today. It starts at 3 on the Jason Rantz Show.
Welcome back to Fox News Radio's coverage of Democracy 2025. I'm Jessica Rosenthal, along with Jared Halpern. We're watching the results out of the New Jersey governor's race, Virginia's races, along with, of course, the New York mayor's race. And we do have results to share with you. The Fox News decision desk has declared the Democrat, former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, the winner in Virginia. The Democratic candidate for Lieutenant Governor, Ghazala Hashmi, has won. Democrat Jay Jones will become Virginia's next Attorney General, defeating the sitting Republican Attorney General Jason Miyares. Mikey Sherrill wins New Jersey, beating Republican Jack Ciattarelli by what may end up being double digits. And in New York, Zoran Mamdani is projected to win the New York mayor's race. He was ahead of independent Andrew Cuomo by a bit more than 8 points. Also, side note, President Trump flipped 5 counties in New Jersey a year ago. All of those counties that were flipped in New Jersey have flipped back to blue. They went for Sherrill by significant margins. Gloucester was the tightest with a 4-point spread. We're joined now, we're lucky to be joined now, by co-host of The Five, Jessica Tarlov, on this historic night. Jess, thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk about the New York race. We have a declaration of Zoran Mamdani being the winner. I know you've had this question probably a million times by now. Is he the face of the Democratic Party? But either way, what are Democrats learning from his campaign? Is there a discussion about sort of the next generation of leaders and younger voters? What are people learning and gleaning from what he just did?
I think that people of all political stripes are admiring the campaign that Mamdani ran. And I'm sure you guys have seen some of the content that's been coming out in the last few days. And there was one ad in particular where he shows himself campaigning a year ago and how he couldn't get anyone to stop and talk to him on the street. And now he has people like jumping out of cabs, off buses, like running up to him, people in demographics that you wouldn't necessarily think would be voting for a 34-year-old Democratic socialist who are just absolutely jazzed to be supporting him. And Mamdani's lesson for the party and just for politics writ large is you've got to work and you've got to meet people where they are physically and also in what they're thinking about. And is he the face of the Democratic Party? He's certainly one of them. New York Mag making that clear. The Democrats, the party itself, put out a pretty inspiring ad this morning that featured all of the main Democratic candidates, across Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. And they included Mamdani right there alongside two national security moderate candidates that won New Jersey and Virginia handedly. And the argument that people are making, and I'm finding myself getting more comfortable with, is that this is what being a big tent party looks like, and everybody go and run their race as they need to. Like Abigail Spanberger took a few swipes at him in the last few days, and I thought it was really meaningful that while she didn't have AOC come campaign with her, AOC still fundraised for her because we are part of this big tent party now. Am I dreading the 5 tomorrow when I have to talk about Mamdani the whole time? Sure. I'm working on my maneuvers. There will be plenty of Abigail and Mikey Sherrill in there, but it's a very exciting night for the Democratic Party.
The other thing that I think resonated as I was talking to voters around New York is that Mamdani was speaking about the issue that was most prevalent, right, which is cost of living. It is an incredibly expensive city to live in, especially if you are lower income. He was able to, he sat like up in the rafters, I think, at Madison Square Garden while Cuomo was courtside. That's a message, regardless of if you are a more moderate Democrat like Spanberger or Mikey Sherrill, that is going to resonate, you would imagine, right? Is it just a kind of a question of how Democrats talk about cost of living, talk about those types of concerns?
Well, I mean, if you listen to Abigail's victory speech, parts of it could have been Mamdani's speech. I mean, she led with costs and affordability. When she started talking about policy, she had very sweet moments with her husband and her daughters, and one of whom she said she didn't clean up her room today. And that as a girl mom, I was swooning over. But yeah, affordability is the name of the game in the Trump economy. And this election was a massive repudiation of the president. In our lead-in, Jessica, you talked about Mikey Sherrill flipping back the counties in New Jersey that Donald Trump had flipped in the 2024 election. Do you remember that huge New York Times graphic after 2024 that showed all the counties across the country and all but a couple in the Atlanta area were going red, right? Like that was the trend line from 2024. And tonight in Virginia, every single county shifted blue. So the coalition is being put back together. Young men are back in the Democratic fray. I told everyone, this is a momentary lapse. They will come home. You still got to earn their votes, but that went back to normal. The Latino support, especially for Abigail Spanberger, went through the roof. Black women did what Black women always do and showed up there at 92%. And Black men were back to their normal standards, not what they were in 2024. So I think there's only kind of upside opportunity for Democratic candidates to be meeting this moment, which this moment is defined by an economy that President Trump is running into the ground, where people can't afford their groceries, they can't afford their school supplies, they're freaking out about Christmas and Thanksgiving. And I mean, let's be real, you're running an election in Virginia, which is full of federal workers in the midst of a government shutdown, where the Republicans will not come to the table about, fixing the Obamacare subsidies problem. And you should be having a good night.
And just 10 seconds. You hopeful now for the midterms, a big reset here for Democrats?
I was hopeful before tonight. I am even more hopeful. The set of races that I think everyone should be paying attention to is the Virginia House of Delegates. They look to pick up 10 seats. That's important because those are generic Democrats, right? That is the mood. Vote blue no matter who. And that especially portends well for the midterms. So this is a positive night.
All right, Jessica Tarlov, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you on the 5 tomorrow. So let's recap the results here for you. The Fox News decision desk has declared Democrat former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger the winner of the Virginia governor's race. Democrat Ghazala Hashmi winning the lieutenant governor's race. Democrat Jay Jones winning in the Virginia attorney general race. In New Jersey, we're looking at Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill winning for governor. It may end up being a double-digit win there against the Republican Jack Ciattarelli. And in New York City, Zohran Mamdani, according to the Fox News decision desk, is projected to win the mayor's race. Last check, he was ahead of independent Andrew Cuomo by a bit more than 8 points. We'll be bringing you more results throughout the next hour. Election night 2025 now continues at the top of the hour with special coverage with Fox News Channel's Brett Baer and Martha McCallum. You're listening to Fox News Radio, Democracy 2025.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, to just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. The government may not be working right now, but your headlights are. The end of daylight savings time means you're driving home in the dark. Nothing like a long day of eye strain from looking at a computer screen coupled with a long commute home. The rain makes it even worse. It hurts my eyes just thinking about it. Be safe out there. Don't be one of the unlucky ones in a fender bender. But if you happen to be one, protect yourself with the Herald Car Law offices. Here's why you should call Car Law immediately after an accident. They're going to save you valuable time and money. They'll provide a checklist of what is most important, your health and recovery at the very top. Next, they're going to deal with the insurance company for you, which is the last thing you want to be doing on your own. Trust me. CAR is spelled with 2 R's, C-A-R-R. CarLaw.com is the website. If you, a friend, a family member, anyone you know is injured in a car accident, call Herald Car Law offices right away. That phone call will save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. CarLaw.com. C-A-R-R. CarLaw.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
It is election night in America, and results are in for several closely watched races around the country. Welcome to Fox News Democracy 25 special coverage. I'm Brett Baer, live from Fox News election headquarters in New York.
And I'm Martha McCallum. 3 big races shaping the map tonight. In New York, Fox News projects Zohran Mamdani will become the city's first Democratic Socialist mayor, beating out Republican Curtis Sliwa and independent Andrew Cuomo.
In neighboring New Jersey, the Fox News decision desk projects that Democrat Mikey Sherrill will become the state's next governor there.
And meanwhile, Fox News also projects Democrat Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race, flipping that seat to become the Commonwealth's first female governor.
We've got Fox team coverage tonight. Rich Edson in Virginia, Brian Yennis in New Jersey, and Alexis McAdams in New York.
Britt Hume is standing by, plus our panel right here to break it all down. Dana Perino, Shannon Bream, Harold Ford Jr., and Charlie Hurt.
Take a live look now as supporters are gathered at campaign headquarters for New York's mayoral candidates. And that is where we start with Alexis McAdams at the Mamdani HQ in Brooklyn. It's got to be getting pretty fired up there.
Brett, that's right. The music is loud. The people are here. And it's kind of like, when people say the party's not going to start till later, don't show up until later on. Well, they showed up here right after the polls closed because for these supporters of Zoran Mamdani, it wasn't a question of whether he was going to win or not in New York City. It was how much he was going to win by. So they had the momentum. And it comes down to affordability. So sometimes politics can be difficult and complicated to explain to people. Mamdani, the 34-year-old Democratic socialist, tried to make it simple, okay? He said, I'm going to give you a free bus. I'm going to freeze your rent. I'm going to give a government-owned grocery store here in New York City. And people thought, sounds like a great idea. I'm going to vote for that guy because they reject the Democrat establishment, according to the voters I talked to. The younger, more liberal voters here in New York City say they don't care who Chuck Schumer endorses. They don't care who Hakeem Jeffries backs. They care who's for the people of New York City and the people of the country. And whether people like him or not, he has a lot of support here, and people are excited for one time that I've seen talking to some of these voters about the future of the Democratic Party. So what's going to happen in New York City tomorrow when he wakes up and heads to City Hall and will be the next mayor here in the Big Apple, we'll have to see. But Andrew Cuomo thought he could close the gap, but looks like he didn't have it. Brett?
Alexis, thank you.
Bill Hemmer at the board breaking down the results tonight. Bill, as all of this sort of settles in, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, it's very interesting. And you think about the last 7 days of this campaign, how they were trying to drive Curtis Sliwa's numbers down. There was an active campaign here in New York City, and it was in your face just about every day. On top of that, they tried to get each other to drop out, right, during the debate season of 3 weeks ago. The effort to draw Sliwa voters away from him kind of worked, and I'm going to show you why, okay? He's down to single digits. Wasn't enough, all right? Cuomo's at 41.5. Come down here to Staten Island, all right? This is where Sliwa is the strongest. He checked in at 21% of the vote, which is, it's not nothing, okay? But I'm going to show you something from 4 years ago that really stands out. 4 years ago, Sliwa was at 70%. In that one borough of Staten Island, least populated of the 5, I grant you that, about 500,000 people live there. But if the idea was to get those voters, all 69,924 of them, and find a way to support Andrew Cuomo, they found some success in doing that, but it was not enough to catch Mamdani, who got over 50% of that vote, okay? Pop on out here to the big map, and I'll show you where it stands right now. A little bit of votes still out there, but anytime you're over 50%, it is really hard, right? The math will tell you it just doesn't add up. In a three-way race, it makes it even more difficult. So we're starting to see that breakdown here in New York. I want to show you a few things. This is Brooklyn, okay? Brooklyn is really where Mamdani had most of his strength. And we're looking at these precincts, guys, right? Some of these precincts are half a block. Sometimes they're just a city street. That's all right? And some of these precincts are behind Mamdani at greater than 95%. All right, up here in Williamsburg, okay? Heavy Mamdani territory. Into Bushwick, the neighborhood of Bed-Stuy, Park Slope in Brooklyn, and then right here in Borough Park, all right? He hits a wall. In Borough Park, it's Hasidic Jews. And they went for Cuomo overwhelmingly, 88, 89, 90%. But it wasn't in the end enough to overtake Mamdani and the lead that he had spotted himself. I'll point out two more things here quickly, guys. In the governor's race in New Jersey, all the polling said this thing was going to be really close. I tell you right now, with more than 80% of the vote in, Mikey Sherrill, she got a 13-point lead. I can't recall off the top of my head how many polls were out there that had her with a 13-point lead. But that, again, is the number right now in New Jersey. Virginia, real quick before I kick it back to you, we called this some time ago, Abigail Spanberger. I think you can make the case, too, that, she outperformed a lot of the polls that we had seen for weeks leading up to this campaign. But right now, Democrats 3-0 on the night, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, big wins. We'll come back. Okay, this year Fox News is debuting a new way to understand tonight's election results, the Fox News voter poll. It's the data that covers really thousands of voters who cast ballots early on Election Day, by mail and in person. Sandra Smith has been crunching those numbers. Hey, Sandra.
And some of the key groups that we're seeing behind the vote really telling the story here in New York City. When you break it down by age of the voter, the youth vote overwhelmingly went for Mamdani in this race. 75% of their support went to him. And when you break this down into gender, that number gets even bigger. The female youth vote, women under the age of 30, you break that down, that number goes over 80% support for Mamdani in this race. Other key findings that we're finding in the New York City mayoral race, what qualities were voters looking for in their candidate? This was a change election. 27% said they wanted to bring change to the city. And look at that. They supported Mamdani. 72% of their vote went to him. Couple other things I want to highlight here. Do you identify as a democratic socialist? Look at this number. This is 1 out of every 4 New Yorkers who cast their ballot identified as a Democrat socialist. Of course, you click on this and you'll see their support went to Mamdani in this race, 81% of their support there. Couple other things I want to highlight here, Mamdani versus Cuomo. This was basically a question that we put to voters when they cast their ballot, that if Sliwa was not in the race, and this was just a hypothetical two-way matchup, Mamdani versus Cuomo, Brett and Martha, it gets close, but Mamdani still got the edge in that hypothetical matchup. Just a couple of things that we're taking away from all of that tonight.
All right, Sandra, thank you.
So let's bring in our panel, Dana Perino, Shannon Bream, Harold Ford Jr., and Charlie Hurt. Great to have all of you with us as we look at these results and very significant wins for Democrats tonight, Dana.
So my partner in crime over there, Bill Hemmer, mentioned the polling, and I think that's going to be one of the threads that people are going to want to pull after this, because the polling did suggest much tighter races. That is not what happened. But you know what was undefeated, and I'm sure Britt Hume will talk about this, and that is the betting markets. And so I think that the whole polling industry has to take a look and say, with these phones, with the new ways to do it, what do we don't have a handle on? I do think that to the extent that there was any story at all is a little bit of a surprise. These are blue states. There shouldn't have been much suspense, but I think that because the Democrats are in such disarray, aside from the Democratic Socialists who appear to be going very strong, the Democrats are going to have a very difficult time. And I know my friend Harold is going to try to say that Zohran Mamdani is not a Democrat.
Well, he's going to start by saying,
socialist.
he's going to start by saying thanks for having me.
He's going to be so glad to be on the table, but he already said that to me earlier today. But I think it's going to be very difficult from a messaging standpoint. All of the energy is behind Zohran Mamdani. And what I remember something that George Will said, every 20 years or so, people need a controlled experiment in socialism to remind them of why they need adults in charge. And unfortunately, for the city that is not of my birth, but is certainly the one that I adopted and that I love this space. I do hope for the best. I wish him the best and hope that he can love it as much as we do.
But Harold, you know, a lot of people in New York thought Bill de Blasio was that, and that it didn't work, and that this was not going to happen again. And here they are. And you wonder what this means for this city and what it means for your party.
Well, it is good to be back around the table. It's a blessing to be able to do this coverage. I'd say a couple of things. The last 2 mayors we've had in this city, Bill de Blasio and Eric Adams, many people thought that they were national figures, and they embraced that national figuredom that was put on them. Bill de Blasio ran for president. His campaign was roundly rebuffed. Eric Adams was on a trajectory. Then he ran into some hurdles and opposition, some of it self